County already? You all set? Yeah, we can go on the record. Okay, all right, we are live on YouTube. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Public Service Commission's evidentiary hearing in case number 9708, Washington Gas Light Company's application for approval of a new gas system strategic infrastructure development and enhancement plan and accompanying cost recovery mechanism. We'll start with appearances. Counsel, please identify yourself and your client for the record.
Thank you and good morning, Your Honor. John Dodge appearing on behalf of Washington Gas. I'm joined at council table by my colleague Spencer Nichols.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tim Oberleiten from Earth Justice, representing Chesapeake Climate Action Network.
Could you spell your name is not entered in the docket. Can you spell your name?
Oh, sure. So Timothy, last name Oberleiten, O-B-E-R-L-E-I-T-O-N. My apologies, Your Honor. We had filed a notice of appearance, I think, a week and a half ago, but didn't see the updated service list, so I apologize for that.
Good morning. I'm Sari Amiel, representing Sierra Club.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ryan Hsu on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel.
Good morning.
Ruthie Herman, Staff Counsel Division, and Michael Dean, Staff Counsel Division.
Okay. Mr. Nichols, are you leading or is Mr. Dodge?
Mr. Dodge is going to be leading. I can introduce a couple exhibits to start when you're ready, Your Honor.
Okay, preliminary exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, before we get started on that, I had a couple preliminary matters. As I noted in my email yesterday, there are documents in other dockets that are relevant. I've already looked at them myself. Case numbers 9355, 9486, and 9704. Documents that are relevant in those proceedings can be discussed and can be entered into evidence in this case, and I will take judicial notice to the extent that's necessary. Parties are on notice. My second item is I do not understand why the tables in Mr. Clemenson's direct testimony are marked confidential. I don't see anything else labeled confidential that came from.
They were provided, Michael Dean on behalf of staff, they were provided confidential by the company in discovery.
Don't they come from the company's annual report in case number 9486, that information?
I will have to get back to you and verify that.
Okay. And to the company, I don't understand. What about pipes being replaced would be confidential?
We don't think any is confidential, but we'll double check and report back as
I'd
well.
prefer not to go into confidential session. I'd prefer not to be restricted by what we can discuss, and I failed to see the confidentiality of anything in this case.
And, Your Honor, if you could help me out, which table in specific?
If you look at Mr. Clemenson's direct testimony, you'll see it's marked confidential, and then before each of the tables of percentages complete, it's marked confidential. And I don't
I see it.
know why.
Thank you very much.
The only thing I did see that you can explain to me why it's confidential is some of the low pressure system locations, I believe, the projects when they get into specific locations are marked confidential, and you can explain to me why that needs to be confidential. But that's the only possible thing that I saw.
I'm happy to provide the explanation now or wait for Mr. Kramer.
Mr. Who, I'm
on
sorry?
the low pressure, I'm happy to give you our explanation now.
Sure. Go ahead.
We consider the identified infrastructure as critical energy infrastructure information, or CEII. It's also referred to under federal law as CUI. I don't remember what that stands for, but out of an abundance of caution, anything that we deem to be CEII, we label as confidential.
And that's your low pressure system?
Certain portions of it, yes.
Any other portions of your system?
That's it.
But again, that's specific locations, right?
That's correct.
All right, Mr. Nichols, preliminary exhibits. I have that docket item number 9 dated or entered into the docket on July 24, 2023 has already been entered as WGL Exhibit 1. It was the certificates of publication of the pre-hearing conference.
That's correct, Your Honor. We move to admit that as to an exhibit in this case.
That's already in.
Great.
So you can start with 2?
What I've marked is WGL WGL Exhibit 2 is a document dated September 12, 2023. It is a certification of publication of notice of the virtual public comment hearing. It is located at mail log number 304965.
Yes. Any objections? WGL Exhibit 2 is entered into the record. Any
That's
other
all I have.
exhibits? Okay. Mr. Dodge.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Kevin Murphy to the stand and ask that Mr. Murphy be sworn.
Do you need me to do this? I can do it. You can do it. Go ahead. You raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm under the penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give this proceeding be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Murphy.
Good morning.
Can you please tell us by whom you are employed, sir?
Washington Gas.
How long have you been employed by the company?
Just under 30 years.
What is your current position with Washington Gas?
I'm Vice President of Asset Management, Engineering, and Gas Supply.
Thank you. Do you have a copy of your direct testimony with you on the stand today?
I do.
Am I correct that your direct testimony consists of 32 pages of narrative questions and answers?
You are correct.
Is your testimony accompanied by a 2-page exhibit?
Yes, it is.
Do either your direct testimony or your single exhibit contain any confidential information?
No, it does not.
At this time, do you have any corrections or modifications to your testimony or the exhibit?
I do not.
If I asked you today the questions that are contained in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Do you have any rejoinder testimony this morning?
No, sir.
Do you adopt the direct testimony as your own in this case?
I do.
Your Honor, Washington Gas would mark the direct testimony and exhibits of Kevin M. Murphy as WGL 3
So marked.
and move their admission.
Any objections? Hearing none, WGL Exhibit 3 is entered into the record.
Mr. Murphy is available for cross.
Mr. Oberlayton.
No cross, Your Honor.
Ms. Jaffe. No, Ms. Amiel.
Yes, I do have some questions. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Murphy.
Good morning.
On page, you can let me know if you can't hear me. On page 17 of your direct testimony, lines 11 through 13, you said natural gas leaks result in methane releases into the atmosphere because methane is a principal component of natural gas, correct? Sorry, that's page 17, lines 11 through 13.
Yes, that's correct.
And you said once in the atmosphere, the methane behaves as a greenhouse gas, correct?
That's correct.
So because methane is a greenhouse gas, the release of methane into the atmosphere contributes to climate change, correct?
Methane as a greenhouse gas is identified as a contributor to climate change, correct?
And there are customers in Washington Gas's service territory who have gas that powers equipment like furnaces and water heaters in their homes, correct?
That's correct.
Hang on. Sorry, I apologize. Your Honor. Is your mic on? I'm not sure I can hear you.
Yes, it's on. Green light, right? I'll try and get
quiet.
Thank you.
a little
Okay.
louder.
In fact, piping gas into buildings to serve the functions of heating and cooking is at the core of Washington Gas's business, right?
That's correct.
How many customers does Washington Gas have in Maryland?
Oh, subject to check.
That's fine.
400,000 in the neighborhood?
Okay. So around 400,000. And when gas is used to power equipment and appliances in buildings, it is combusted, correct?
Typically, yes.
And when gas is combusted at its end use, it's still methane, correct?
When gas is combusted, it's still methane.
Gas is essentially methane, regardless of
At
whether
the
it's
point
in a
of,
pipe or combusted.
of entering the appliance, it is still composed largely of methane, correct?
Mm-hmm. And so when gas is combusted in the building, it's still a greenhouse gas that's emitted into the air, correct?
Methane is not a byproduct of combustion. If that's what you're,
So the combustion of gas releases methane into the atmosphere, or CO2, or another greenhouse gas, correct?
the combustion of natural gas, the byproduct is largely CO2.
Okay, thank you. And you said in your direct testimony that reducing leaks of gas reduces methane emissions from the pipes, right?
Correct.
But Stride 3 is not going to reduce any greenhouse gas emissions from the combustion of gas in buildings, correct?
That is correct.
And the majority of methane emissions, or CO2 emissions from gas, come from its combustion at its end use, correct?
I don't have testimony in that.
Okay, but you wouldn't
that
say that
topic.
more greenhouse gases are wasted by leaking from pipes than burned in buildings, than used in buildings, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not an expert in
Okay.
the breakdown of our emissions inventory.
That's fine. Are you familiar with the Climate Solutions Now Act's requirement to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions statewide by 2045?
Generally, not specifically.
Okay. Are you familiar generally with its requirement to achieve a 60% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions below 2006 levels by 2031?
Had you asked me that without prompting, I wouldn't have been able to produce that fact.
Okay, but it sounds familiar now that I've asked about it.
Subject to check, I suppose.
Okay. In your direct testimony, you stated, quote, the reduction of, this is page 21, lines 2 through 5. You stated the reduction of gas emissions is consistent with policy objectives of the state of Maryland. Maryland is working to transition to a cleaner energy future through energy efficiency, clean energy generation, and similar strategies, end quote. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But even if no gas leaks from Washington Gas's pipes, the combustion of gas in its customers' buildings will still emit greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, correct?
Combustion of natural gas results in CO2, which I understand is also categorized as a greenhouse gas.
Thank you. You mentioned in response to Sierra Club Discovery Request number 1 through 5, number 1-5, that the proposed Stride projects are based on your existing pool of customers and not a potential future pool of customers. You said all proposed Stride projects support existing customers and are not used to support customer growth. And actually, I would like to mark Washington Gas's responses to Sierra Club data request number 1 and move it into the evidence as Sierra Club Exhibit 1, if that's all right. I've conferred with counsel and nobody
Can I
had any.
see it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll bring a copy up.
If we could give the witness a moment to find it.
Of
and
course,
find
yeah,
it.
absolutely, yes. Permission to.
You want the cover letter in?
That's.
I don't want the cover letter in.
Oh, okay.
All these pages?
Not really.
Not numbered?
Yes, that was the only discovery request we submitted, and just that's the compilation of the
The
response.
whole pack
Yes,
is one?
yes, that's all right. Thank you.
Okay.
It's been marked.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did-
Okay.
Did anyone want to object, or would like a foundation laid, or anything? Or you're just going to
We
stipulate that?
would like some specificity in the questions, Your Honor, if you could direct the witness to a particular page or answer.
Okay, but you don't have any objection to this entire
Generally, we
exhibit?
do not
being-
object to the admission
Okay.
of our own data requests. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Sierra Club 1 will be entered into the record.
Thank you, and I would like it, if all right, marked as Sierra Club Exhibit 1. Thank you.
Yeah, it was marked.
Okay,
and then
perfect.
Now, because Washington Gas doesn't object,
Thank you.
it's in the record.
Thank you. Would you like me to ask? Why don't I ask the question again, since
Yes,
a lot
please.
happened? Absolutely. So you mentioned in response to our discovery request number 5.
Hold on. All right. 5. 1-5?
Oh, sorry, 1-5.
Are you there? I'm there too now. Great.
Thank
Okay.
you. So in response to that, you stated that the proposed Stride projects are based on your existing pool of customers and not a potential future pool of customers. You stated all proposed Stride projects support existing customers and are not used to support customer growth, correct?
That's correct.
And you did not consider quantitative projections of how the size of your customer base might change over time, correct?
I'm not sure I understand that part of your question.
Okay, let me rephrase. So you did not quantitatively estimate or predict how your customer base might change over the years. It was just based on your current. You're just considering your current customer base, correct?
The stride replacements, and I believe it's part of the stride statute. The stride investments cannot be used to support incremental customers. So our stride program is designed for improving the infrastructure consistent with the statute for existing customers.
Okay, so you didn't project how your customer base might change because it was based on existing customers, right?
We do project how our customer base changes, but not for the purposes
Not a
of
stride.
developing a stride program.
Okay, and you did not project how state laws like the Climate Solutions Now Act would affect the size of your future customer base, correct?
Again, not customer base additions or changes do not inform the stride program design. Stride program design is informed by serving the existing customer base.
Okay, so you didn't consider how the future of gas docket proposed by the Office of People's Counsel might affect the size of your customer base, correct?
If we haven't done it in the context of developing the stride program.
Okay. And also in the context of this case, you did not consider how market trends toward electrification, such as the federal rebates and tax incentives under the Federal Inflation Reduction Act, might affect the size of your customer base in the future. In this docket, you didn't consider that, correct?
It sounds like the same question.
Okay. Now let's turn to the program's cost. So the estimated cost of Stride 3 is $495 million over the next 5 years, correct? Sorry,
That is correct.
Okay. And you note that the cost is an estimate because Washington Gas is not entirely sure of the exact costs of the pipeline replacements that have been proposed in Stride 3, correct?
The cost is, it is an estimate. However, as an outcome of this proceeding, it's my understanding that would be effectively a cap on what would be allowable as a stride investment for recovery through the surcharge.
Okay. You described inflationary pressures and supply chain issues that can cause an increase in project costs, correct?
I did? Yes.
Has there ever been a situation in the past where Washington Gas has overestimated its projected 5-year cost of Stride?
Not on a program level, to my knowledge, not on a program level where we're looking forward 5 years. We have not overestimated the stride programs.
Okay. So it's plausible that the total cost of Stride 3 could exceed $500 million, essentially. It could exceed $495 million, correct?
Not if 495 million is approved. 495 million will be the cap.
Okay. So are you familiar with the Stride statute statement that if the actual cost of a Stride program exceeds the amount collected under the surcharge, a gas company can increase the surcharge if the costs were reasonably and prudently incurred?
Sorry, that might be a better question for Mr. Lawson
Okay.
when it comes to what goes into the surcharge.
Okay, thanks. And Washington Gas has not calculated the total expected cost of the remainder of the Stride program for over the remainder of the 30 years, correct?
No, this is a 5-year forward looking proposal.
Okay. The record in this case contains no analysis comparing the cost effectiveness of pipeline replacements to alternatives such as pipeline repairs or energy efficiency measures, correct?
My testimony does not.
Okay. So looking at energy efficiency programs, are you aware that Washington Gas's Empower filing has a projected average annual cost of $23 million, while the annual cost of Stride 3 is about $99 million, or about 5 times higher?
That's not in my testimony, and
Okay.
generally speaking, I'm not familiar with those facts.
Okay, so you did not analyze the relative cost effectiveness of energy efficiency programs like Empower versus pipeline replacements as means of emission reductions, correct?
It's my understanding that the STRIDE statute is for the purpose of encouraging safety and reliability improvements through pipeline replacement efforts. So no, we did not
Okay. And the
evaluate
projected,
alternatives.
oh, sorry. Okay. The projected emission reductions from STRIDE 3 are estimated at a total of 32,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide over the next 5 years, correct?
I believe there is a number in my testimony.
Yeah, it would be on page 18, lines 7 through 10 of your direct testimony.
What was your number again?
32,022 metric tons.
That's correct.
And are you aware that in Empower projected annual greenhouse gas emission reductions are about 130,000 to about 345,000 short tons of carbon dioxide per year? So the cost per metric ton of carbon dioxide avoided is a lot lower when it comes to energy efficiency measures than pipe replacements.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object on foundation basis. I don't mind the question, but
Sustained.
there's a lot
I
packed
don't
in.
need a speaking objection. Sustained.
That's fine. Okay. And Washington Gas did not conduct an analysis of the relative cost effectiveness of pipeline replacements as compared with pipeline repairs, correct?
There is no analysis in the record that I'm aware of comparing repairs to replacements. However, repairs don't achieve the intent of the STRIDE statute, which is to enhance safety, reliability, and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. At the point you're pursuing a repair, a leak has happened. It's happened for some period of time before it's reported. That exposes the public and our communities to hazards that can be avoided through proactive replacement of the piping system. Likewise, greenhouse gases are emitted in the interim between when the leak originates and when it's reported and ultimately repaired. So a repair versus replace decision-making, in my view, doesn't really meet the intent of the STRIDE statute, which is to avoid those impacts and enhance safety.
Okay. But you've not done any analysis in this docket to show that replacing gas pipes is the least cost method of reducing greenhouse gas emissions in compliance with the Climate Solutions Now Act, correct?
Objection. Foundation.
Sustained.
Okay. So moving on to another line of questions. There's no guarantee that this STRIDE program will completely eliminate all gas leaks, correct?
That's correct.
And even a brand new gas pipeline can leak methane, correct?
Is also correct.
Are you aware that combusting gas in buildings, just as it always generates methane pollution or carbon dioxide pollution, can also generate air pollution in the form of nitrogen oxide emissions, which are a respiratory irritant?
Objection. Relevance.
If I may respond. So, yeah, this is just relevant to assessing whether investments in gas infrastructure are reasonable, because additional information has come to light about the public health risks of gas since the passage of the STRIDE statute.
Does this witness know? Have you laid a foundation that this witness knows and can answer your question?
Yeah, if you don't know, that's also fine. I'm just trying to assess whether the witness whether the company's taken this into account in proposing their STRIDE 3
He can
program.
answer if he knows. Do you need her to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Are you aware that combusting gas in buildings, just as it always generates methane and carbon dioxide pollution, can also generate air pollution in the form of nitrogen oxide emissions, which are a respiratory irritant?
I'm aware that certain types of combustions, a byproduct can be nitrogen oxides.
And replacing pipes through STRIDE will not reduce any emissions of nitrogen oxide from gas at its end use, correct?
Again, objection. Relevance. That's on the customer side of the meter, Your Honor.
It's similar to the questions that she asked earlier, just a different gas.
Stride does not impact how our customers use natural gas.
Thank you. Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Shu?
Briefly, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Murphy.
Good morning.
How are you doing? Could you turn to page 20 of your direct testimony? Starting on line 8, you state that the company has developed an overpressurization risk ranking methodology. Is this a separate risk model outside of the JANA risk model, or is this a risk that would be incorporated inside of the JANA risk model?
It is in addition to the JANA risk model, and witness DeCramer's testimony discusses that, and I think he is best positioned to answer that. But generally speaking, it augments the risk that's depicted in the JANA risk model.
Okay. So if you know, how does the company intend to incorporate the separate risk model into its determinations of what projects to undertake and combining it with JANA?
I would propose if the
You don't
best
know.
answer would be one provided by witness DeCramer, but it generally uses a number of dimensions of risk, like the number of customers, the age of the facilities, condition of the facilities, to prioritize low-pressure zones to be remediated as units.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Staff?
Staff has no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Murphy, do you know what replacement work the company did outside of Stride 2 over the same 5-year period?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah. Do you know the replacement work the company did outside of Stride 2 over the same 5-year period?
Do I know it?
Do you have a quantity of replacement work the company did outside of Stride?
I do not. I know there is $11 million that was of similar work on like assets that was completed outside of Stride, but I don't have a complete accounting for you.
That's something you can get, though? Or is there another witness?
We can get that. I'm not sure if there's another witness who has that at their fingertips.
And I'm not
but we
talking
can
about the
definitely
Stride work that, for which you weren't entitled to surcharge recovery in 9486. I'm talking about work the company did outside of Stride to replace pipes.
Yes, we can get that.
That's bench data request 1, then? Sorry. Technical difficulties. Kind of, we can go off the record for a minute. we can go back on the record. My apologies. Okay, so at page 6 of your direct testimony, starting on line 15, you talk about the pace of replacement and that the company anticipates retiring 79.6 miles of main with associated services and remediating 6,879 scattered services through the Stride 3 plan. The cost of the Stride 3 plan is $495 million over 5 years. This type of replacement of aging infrastructure is done by other utilities throughout the country, correct?
Correct.
So have you or anyone, has anyone else at WGL ever looked at what other utilities spend on replacement projects?
We have.
Okay. And where would that comparison be found?
Witness Acus may be best positioned to speak to that, but I know we have looked at our cost and pace of replacement relative to particularly large peer East Coast utilities.
And how does it compare?
I'm understanding it compares pretty favorably.
Could you be a little more specific?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, you're going to need to move that mic a little closer and speak up.
I'm sorry. I think Witness Acus can perhaps provide some specifics.
But the company would have cost comparisons, those type of comparisons in its possession. Just not, it's not in the record in this case, I don't believe. It's not in anyone's testimony, I should say.
That's correct.
But I should ask Mr. Jackus for that.
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, if Mr. Akis does not know, we will respond to a bench data request on that.
Thank you. Page 13 of your direct, and this might be something that needs to be updated, I understand, but when we're talking about the completion of the work that the company proposed in the Stride 2 plan, in response to the question of whether you completed all of the work proposed, you say almost. Then again, you refer to Witness Jackus, but you say, starting at line 6, Washington Gas has pipe completed, I don't know what that means, 99% of commission-approved projects during the first 4 years of Stride 2 and closed 75% of those projects as of December 2022. Do you need to update those figures to more current figures, or can you update those figures?
Those could be updated. To your question about what pipe completed meant, that means the piping system is installed and complete. However, there may be restoration activities, paving, curb and gutter, sidewalks, those types of things, as final restoration is incomplete.
But when you propose a Stride plan and you have projects, isn't that through completion of those projects? Through paving and restoration?
Those costs are included, yeah. That's
So
part of the plan.
To talk about the pipes are in the ground, but the project's not complete, or it's not been paved, isn't really relevant if it was supposed to be done as part of their Stride plan, right? I mean, when you present this plan, you've presented a Stride 3 plan, it's not through pipes in the ground, it's through paving and complete, right?
That's correct. I think it's mentioned because the safety and reliability benefits are now available to our customers in the community.
Right, but limited relevance to degree of completion.
Correct.
So you can update these, but you need time to do that, or? Because
Your Honor, if I may, we just addressed this at our
I heard you,
semi-annual
Mr.
report.
Dodge, and I have the clip to play if the witness needs to have his recollection refreshed. You said 70%.
70% of the main work.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
I did have a chance to review some of the materials from the admin meeting, and I do understand we're 94% complete on services and 70 to 71% on the main.
That's projected through the end of this year, correct?
At end of year, yes. And so, of course, over that same 5-year period, we've obviously we're shooting for 100%, but that same 5-year period had significant inflation and a pandemic and supply chain challenges. But those are our projected results.
Starting at the top of page 24 of your direct. End of line 1, you say, if circumstances are that, after reviewing the company's Stride 3 program proposals in this proceeding, the Commission reduces the overall investment level for Stride 3, or adjusts individual elements of the company's proposed Stride 3 investment plan to that end, Washington Gas will need to adjust the number, type, and scope of projects in Stride 3 in order to align the program with the reduced investment ultimately approved by the Commission for the 5-year Stride 3 plan. The company anticipates such adjustments would be reflected in the annual project lists to be submitted in November of each year. But in that instance, the company would still prioritize using the same methodology it's proposed, correct?
That's correct.
On page 25, starting on line 5, you talk about the, starting line 4, I'm sorry, inflationary pressures continuing to drive increases in the cost of labor and materials used in the Stride project work. Can you elaborate on that?
Witness Akis can talk about how it affects our estimating model going forward, but there was an inflationary assumption made for the 5-year forward-looking estimate.
Because you believe inflationary pressures are going to continue to drive increases in the cost of labor and materials?
That's correct.
I take it, starting on page 29 of your testimony, in answer to the question about the steps the company has taken to control cost under its Stride plans, you talk about competitively bidding external contractors. Washington Gas, the replacement projects under Stride are all done by external contractors, correct?
Yes. Well, there may be some scattered service replacement that are done by company crews, largely when a leak is discovered and we can do a service replacement to mitigate the leak and its eligible material.
What's alliance type construction contract?
Those are relationships we have with contractors where the pricing structure is advantaged because of an overall set of coordination efforts where the company and the contractor work together to reduce ultimately the unit costs for installation. So I think Witness Akis is more conversant in the elements of an alliance agreement than I, but generally speaking, those are collaborative relationships, still driven by unit costs, but where the company and the contractor work together to drive those costs down.
Okay, and then after unit pricing, you have in parentheses per foot or a lump sum. So per foot of replacement of main, let's say, or lump sum the entire project?
The lump sum is typically used for a service. If it's below 70 feet, there's not a per foot of service. It's just considered a single lump sum cost.
But paving's never included, right? This is just the replacement work?
We have Witness Mahboob to talk about paving. Paving is generally on a square foot basis. I don't.
I'm talking about the contracts you have with your external contracts to do the replacement work. It's everything up to paving, correct?
even paving is done by contractors, just different contractors.
Right, I'm talking about the contracts you have with the contractors that are doing the replacement work.
Yes.
I'm still on that.
Okay.
That doesn't include paving, right?
No.
That you have unit price per foot, it's just replacement. I assume, depending on the size of pipe, you come up with a price per foot.
Yeah, there are a lot of dimensions in coming up with those unit prices.
Okay. Any contingencies added into those contracts?
Into the contracts? No.
So once you've negotiated a per-foot contract for a replacement project, how would the costs incurred by WGL increase?
Different units than were assumed or estimated. So again, Witness Akis can talk about our estimating process, but looking forward 5 years, we don't have projects specified or identified. Those will arise from risk assessment activities year over year, and then once identified, they get designs, and we have a certain level of design definition at the point annual lists are filed, and then we have full design definition at the third tier of the estimate.
Yeah, I'm not sure you understood my question. Once you enter into a contract with a contractor on a per-foot basis, don't you know what you're replacing then and the size?
The units are defined, but
So what's
not the
going to
number
change
of
in that
units.
contract with that contractor?
The contract does not change.
So how does the cost incurred by WGL on that contract increase?
The cost is,
If you've
Unit-
entered into a
unit-
contract with a contractor to replace a certain amount of pipe at a unit price, how does the price
That's-
of that
that's-
contract go up?
that's the rub. It's not, we haven't entered into a contract for a certain amount of pipe. We've entered into a contract for the availability of crews to replace pipe at those rates. The amount of pipe is dictated when the project designs are complete, which happens annually. So it's the amount that introduces most of the uncertainty.
So you don't have any contracts per project?
They are not bid as lump sum, generally speaking.
Does WGL have anyone out in the field?
Yes. That's in my testimony on 29, beginning at lines 14. It talks a little bit about our oversight process where.
You talked about oversight before you pay the bill.
Correct.
You didn't talk about being out in the field with the contractors.
That they are in the field verifying the units installed and the quality
Verifying
of
the
the work.
units installed, but not on a daily basis with the management of the project, correct?
Daily basis.
Does anyone have any questions based on my questions? Any redirect, Mr.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you.
Washington Gas calls Wayne Akis to the stand, Your Honor, and we ask that he be sworn.
You got it?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Akis. Could you remind us by whom you're employed, sir? And how long have you been employed?
6 years in Washington.
And I'm going to ask you to bring the mic closer to yourself, please.
6 years in Washington, yes.
Thank you. What is your current position with the company?
I'm the Director of Construction Program Strategy and Management.
Thank you. Do you have a copy of the testimony that you have pre-submitted in this case with you?
Yes, I do.
Let's start with your direct testimony. Do you have that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Make sure the green light is on, please.
All right. Can you hear me better now? I'll speak louder. How about that? All right.
That's a switch, that you're soft-spoken. I can let's see where the direct testimony. Can you remind me how many pages of narratives, question and answers for that?
It's 35 pages of narrative.
And are there any exhibits accompanying your direct testimony?
Yes, WAJ1.
Thank you. Did you also file rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
And do you have a copy of that with you today?
Yes, I do.
How many pages of narrative Q&As on that, please?
Give me 1 second. That'll be 31 pages.
And is your rebuttal testimony accompanied by any exhibits?
Yes, WAJR1.
Thank you. Do either your direct or rebuttal testimonies or their accompanying exhibits contain confidential information?
No, they do not.
Thank you. Do you have any corrections at this time to your direct or rebuttal testimonies or accompanying exhibits?
Yes, I have a few corrections to WAJ1.
Could you please indicate which testimony and start with the page number, please?
All right, in my direct testimony, page number 6, program 6, low pressure main and surge replacement. The estimated proposed duration says 10 years when it should be 15 years.
Thank you. The next one, please.
On page 7, the first paragraph where it says table 3, cost by year, that should say table 4.
Thank you. The next one, please.
On page 9, under main pipe information gathering results and analysis, where it's December 2022, it says see table 2, that should be table 3. And on the bottom of page 9, it says results shown in table 2, that should read table 3.
Thank you. Do you have any other corrections?
All right. There we go.
That's the Mr. Akis I know.
And then on page 10, where it says figure 3, the third line, the first full paragraph, where it says figure 3, that should read table 5.
Do you have any additional corrections?
No, that's it.
With those corrections noted, do you adopt the direct and rebuttal testimonies as your own in this case?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any rejoinder testimony this morning?
No, I do not.
Your Honor, at this time, Washington Gas would mark the direct testimony of Wayne Akis as WGL 4,
So marked?
and we would mark the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Akis as WGL 5,
So marked. So marked.
and we would move the admission of both, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No objection.
WGL exhibits 4 and 5 are entered into the record.
Mr. Akis is available for cross.
Mr. Oberlayton,
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Amiel,
Yes, a few questions. Good morning, Mr. Akis.
Good morning.
So Washington Gas originally forecast that Stride would last 22 years, correct?
That is correct.
But it's been extended to a 30-year program, correct?
That is correct.
And that's about a 36% increase in its duration, correct?
Subject to check with the percentage.
Of course, okay. And a hypothetical like Stride 4 proposal could seek to extend the duration of the program even more, correct?
I haven't looked that far ahead on what Stride 4 would look like. I'm just focused on Stride 3 right now.
Okay, but you can't guarantee that Washington Gas won't seek any additional extensions for Stride.
Asked
Correct.
and answered, Your Honor.
Repeat your question.
Of course. You can't guarantee that Washington Gas will not seek additional extensions for Stride in the future, correct?
No, nothing's guaranteed right now. Sorry.
And Washington Gas customers will have to fund the costs of the additional 8 years of Stride that Washington Gas is proposing, correct?
The costs will be recovered through the rider mechanism, yes.
Okay. Similarly, if Washington Gas requests an extension of Stride 3 beyond the current 30-year duration, it would seek to have ratepayers, including low-income ratepayers, cover that cost too, right?
I'm not sure of the ratepayer makeup, so I can't answer that question.
Okay, but there's no exception for low-income ratepayers where they wouldn't pay the costs of Stride, correct?
I am not sure. I don't
You're not
do the
sure.
rate
Okay.
makeup. Sorry.
No problem. Stride is anticipated to be finished in calendar year 2043 now, correct?
That is correct.
Are you familiar with the Climate Solutions Now Act requirement that Maryland achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2045?
I've heard of it.
Okay. Are you aware that the Maryland Commission on Climate Change's recommendation in its annual report was that the Public Service Commission plan for appropriate gas system investments and abandonments for a shrinking customer base and reductions in gas throughput in the range of 60 to 100% by 2045?
I am aware of it, but not in detail.
Okay. So even if Washington Gas does not at all extend the lifetime of the Stride program beyond its current 30-year duration, Washington Gas will be incurring costs for pipeline replacements up until 2 years before Maryland is expected to have net zero greenhouse gas emissions, correct?
Repeat the question one time.
No
sorry.
problem. Even if Washington Gas does not extend the lifetime of the Stride program beyond 30 years, it will still be incurring costs for pipeline replacements up until 2 years before Maryland is expected to have net zero greenhouse gas emissions, correct?
The company would, based on the 30-year projection, will be proposing possibly to replace eligible materials to reduce greenhouse gas emissions on the system, yes, and enhance safety and improve reliability to its existing customers.
Okay, but the current duration of extending until 2043 is 2 years before Maryland's net zero greenhouse gas emission requirement in 2045?
Like I said, I'm not aware of the full details, so I'm not sure when that ends. I take your word that it ends in 2045, so if you say it's 2 years, yes.
Okay. And what's the expected operational lifespan of the new gas pipes?
Over 100 years.
Okay. And will Washington Gas be passing the costs of those new pipes onto customers throughout their lifespan?
The cost would be through the rider mechanism, so I'm not aware of what that makeup would be beyond that.
Okay. In this docket, you have not identified how Washington Gas would reconcile the capital investment in new pipes that are supposed to last a century with the carbon neutrality requirement in the Climate Solutions Now Act, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object on basis of foundation. The witness has tried mightily to limit his questions to his testimony, and I think the counsel is trying to go beyond that.
Sustained.
Is there another witness who would be able to answer that question?
Repeat the question one more time.
Okay. Can I
Or in a
repeat it?
different way, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to know if there's another witness that could talk about potentially reconciling the capital investment in the new pipes with the Climate Solutions Now Act. Is there a
So
better
any
person?
rate making and cost should go to witness Lawson.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And in terms of, okay, let me know if you can answer this, but in terms of paying for new pipes, even after 2045, that would be Washington Gas's customers that are paying for the pipes, correct?
I assume through the base rate making procedure that, yes, Washington Gas customers will be paying for the operation and maintenance of those facilities.
Okay. Okay, thanks. No further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Shu.
Good morning, Mr. Yakus.
Good morning,
Is it
Akis.
Akis? Akis?
Yes.
Akis. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Could you turn to your rebuttal testimony on page 21?
Okay.
All right. Starting on line 2, it says, or you say, the company operates its STRIDE program under the commission-approved budget, correct? And then on line 5, you then go on to say, Therefore, the company has endeavored to replace as much infrastructure as possible within the approved budget. Correct?
Yes, that's what what you summarized. Yes.
So, based on this, it would be correct to say that WGL has a budget and then determines how much infrastructure it can replace each year within that budget. Correct?
The company proposes units to be replaced annually to comport with a commission-approved expenditures
Okay.
for a given year.
And then on page 26 of your rebuttal, on line 18, starting on line 18, or I guess 17 actually, it says the company should be evaluated based on its mileage completed as compared to its yearly lists. Correct?
It says more than that if you continue.
Sure, but which are updated and submitted with the most up-to-date information.
Yes, so we submit an annual list yearly based on the most updated information, yes.
Yeah, and your testimony is that the company should be evaluated in comparison to those annual lists.
Absolutely.
And as you have testified, the company has improved its cost estimation techniques, correct?
Yes.
So my question then is, shouldn't the company be able to reasonably accurately estimate how many miles of main and other replacements it can do over the next 5 years?
The 5 years is a long time for projection. As you can see through this past 5 years, we have COVID, we have inflationary costs that's been exponentially higher than normal inflation rates. So the company cannot theoretically project what's going to happen 4 or 5 years from now, or even 3 years. So that's why the best way to judge our performance is on an annual project list that represent what we know to be true and accurate for that given year.
So what you just said is the company can't project. It can't even try to project?
Our 5-year plan shows what we plan to get done to the best of our capabilities for the information we currently know.
Okay, so if the company is being evaluated based on its mileage completed compared to its yearly lists, which could change, as you just testified, maybe could change year to year, possibly dramatically, then the only thing the commission would be approving in this plan is just a budget, correct?
I think the plan, which have the units, the budget is part of that, but ultimately the company do care about hitting the projected targets. So they're proposing, they are approving the budget, but to accurately define the company's ability to execute against this project should be given on an annual basis.
But if say the mileage you project you can complete on an annual basis changes dramatically, then what is the commission approving in this right now in this 5-year plan if there's no mileage numbers or anything in particular that the company is committing or suggesting it should be evaluated against?
So the companies will make best efforts to attain the units proposed in the 5-year plan. As I said in my testimony, there are stuff that comes up that have implications from a cost perspective that would mean that I can't get as many units attained as possible, as I stated in my testimony before. So you are approving the dollars and the estimated units, and that is the goal that the company is trying to attain.
Okay, so do you think the company should be held to, or at least evaluated against the goal, if not necessarily held against that goal? Or?
I think you should look at both. As I said in my testimony, I think we should look at both. But ultimately, situation change year over year, and the company, as I said in my testimony, if situation change from our assumptions, we will update the commission accordingly.
Okay, if you could turn to page 22 of your rebuttal again. On lines 3 to 6, it says the company reaffirms that through the execution of each annual project list and the resultant accumulated units completed across the 5 years, it has optimized its risk reduction on the distribution system. I believe talking about Stride 2, correct?
Yes, it's talking about strike two, and as you can see further in my testimony, we talked about the leak reduction of 45% from 2019 to 2022 as a result of that.
Okay. Has the company conducted any analysis to determine if the replacement projects and investment budgets proposed in Stride 3 are the optimal amount needed to maintain system safety and reliability?
We have looked at several factors in optimized budget, but ultimately we're crew constrained in what the company could done based on the resources available to the company.
So you have done analysis?
No, the company, the 495, which is set forth, is resource constraint based on all the replacement programs that's happening around the country, i.e. other utility companies in Maryland, other utility companies in Northern Virginia and Virginia areas. So there is constraints on what optimally the company could do.
So by resource constraints, so this is the maximum that you could do in these 5 years in terms of, this is the maximum budget?
Currently,
Yeah.
yes.
So you haven't done any analysis to determine whether or not, there would be an optimal amount possibly lower than that, or?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Staff.
Good morning, Mr. Akis. Michael Dean on behalf of staff.
Good morning.
Turning to your direct testimony on page 19, you generally discuss the benefits that will be achieved as a result of the Stride 3 plan. And one of the benefits you note in the Stride 3 program involves the relocation of meters from inside to outside of buildings. Has the company or its contractors observed any resistance from property owners during this relocation process?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you follow the proceeding regarding the Baltimore Gas and Electric regulator relocation?
No, I did not.
Thank you. Turning to page 20. In general, pages 20 through 29, you discuss your calculation of project cost estimates and variances. Are you familiar with staff witness Clemenson's recommendations concerning variance reporting?
Yes, I am.
Do you know if the company has agreed to these recommendations?
I believe in my rebuttal testimony, we did agree to it. His recommendation is with the 15% variance for reporting purposes.
Thank you. In your direct testimony, turning to exhibits WAJ-1, if you could turn to page 13. Which is also labeled as figure number 2. And the title of that is Maryland Service Leak Density and Service Segment 2019 through 2022, excluding third-party damage, operations, and other. Could you describe what you're trying to show the law judge with this graph?
So this graph depicts the leaks per 100 service segments. So each one of the programs, especially services, has a segment associated with it. and this graph shows the actual leak, basically a service leak rate.
And does it also show the amount of, under each type of category of?
Yes.
And how does this describe how the STRIDE program works for services?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear this.
Does this graph help explain how the STRIDE program works in regards to services?
So this graph helps identify, and in this case, it reaffirmed that the Program 1 service replacements are in fact the assets that the company should be targeting for replacement to reduce reduce leaks on their system.
Thank you. For the categories on the bottom, which of those are you trying to replace?
For Program 1, we have beers. Make sure I compare. For the services for Program 1 or Program 1A is bare and unprotected steel. You have the targeted copper service replacement, and then you have the pre-1975 plastic service replacement.
Thank you. And turning to page 15, excuse me, turning to page 17, figure 6, which is entitled Maryland Main Leaks Per Mile and Per Year, 2019 through 2022, excluding third-party damage operations and other. Could you explain what this is attempting to show?
This is showing that through 2019 through 2022, that the program has effectively aided in reduction of leaks on the company's system for those targeted assets.
And in particular, vintage mechanical coupling is almost eliminated as a source of leaks?
It's almost or held firm. Let me make sure I get my color squared away. The main leaks for vintage mechanical coupling has dropped from, according to 2 to about 1. The bottom, which you're talking about, is the post-1975 plastic, which the leaks, because it's modern plastic, is almost 0.
And unprotected wrapped steel is also greatly reduced?
Yes, almost. But we still have targeted materials. That's why unprotected, we continue to be targeted, which is acting, behaving badly. So overall, you see it good, but there's still some assets in there that's being targeted for replacement to reduce leaks on the system.
Thank you. And turning to figure 5, which is entitled Maryland Main Leak Density in Miles of Main 2019 through 2022, excluding third-party damage operations and other, on page 16. Could you describe what this graph is trying, or yes, what this illustrates?
This graph is showing the leak rates for the targeted assets. So you have the bare steel all the way through protected wrap steel. You have unprotected wrap steel, vintage mechanical coupling, cast iron, and it shows the leak rates. And this helped, again, reaffirm that the company is targeting the assets needed to reduce leaks on a system.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank
Staff
you.
has no further questions.
Mr. Akis,
Akis, thank you. Yes,
you heard Mr. Murphy punt a couple questions to you.
absolutely.
So we had the comparison that the company does and didn't share with us with regard to other companies I heard you mention East Coast, Virginia, and even the ones in Maryland, and I had said across the country. And he indicated that, yes, you certainly do some sort of comparison of your replacement rate and costs, and you're going to provide that to me.
So, what
Not necessarily today on the stand, but
yeah. So yes, we'll provide that details of bench request.
did you also hear the discussion of the degree of completion of Stride 2 through the end of this year at 70 to 71%?
So that is based against the 5-year plan. If you look at the company's project list, we're in the 90th percentile, upper 90th percentile for completion on main replacement and service replacement. And we have
I don't understand.
So
Back up. Mr. Dodge told the commission last week that through the end of the year, WGL is on track to finish between 70 and 71% of its main replacement work.
correct. I'm going to clarify.
So what do you
The
want to
70th percentile is against the 5-year plan.
Okay, that's what my question was.
Yes, that's against the 5-year plan. Yes.
Okay. On page 14 of your direct testimony, you kind of conclude, thus Stride 3's focus on replacing relatively higher risk pipe is a direct complement to the company's commitment to reducing third-party excavation damages. I guess, is it because Stride is replacing the pipe that needs to be replaced, WGL can focus its non-Stride activity on educating people on misutility and things like that?
So I think it's twofold, Your Honor. I think, one, the company has a strong third-party damage and excavation education system. The second part about, in particular, Stride, is that Stride itself, one of the benefits is the marker balls to help with locating the proper improve as-built because of the new facility. So we have that map so we can mark and locate the assets a lot better. So hence, you would inherently, when we go and locate our facility, the newer facilities, then it would be, I would say, more increased accuracy behind that. And so it would therefore decrease third-party damages.
Okay, but is WGL replacing any pipe outside of Stride?
Yes, the company is replacing assets outside of Stride.
Do you know how much?
No, not right now.
But you're going to get that to me.
Absolutely.
Is that number 2, Mr. Dodge?
I think that was bench data request number 1, replacement work
No.
outside of Stride 2.
Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. 1 is work outside of Stride. 2 is the cost comparison with other utilities. Do you know how WGL compares with Columbia Gas or BGE in terms of its replacement pace and costs?
Not directly. I do know in Stride 2 when and this came up where we had a management audit on our system. Yes, it was in DC, but a result of that saying our costs are in line with other utilities in the area and in the region that does accelerated pipeline replacement.
But you'll get me further details on that.
Yes, we'll try to find it, yes.
You'll try, you said?
Yes, we'll dig, because that was the management audit. That's their conclusion based on their assessment and audit of our costs versus other utilities.
Okay, Mr. Murphy said that you internally you look at what other utilities spend on replacement projects.
We have, so we'll get that to you.
Okay.
We have, yes.
And I'm on page 14 of your direct, And starting on line 14, you say, without stride, the pace of replacement must slow to a pace that is aligned with rate-based recovery. Do you know that pace?
Not off the top of my head right now.
But that's something that you could tell me?
What that pace would look like without stride?
Yes.
I have no idea what that pace would be right now, Your Honor.
But you said that it would, without stride, the pace of replacement would slow to a pace that is aligned with rate-based recovery. But you have no idea what that is.
Not currently. We'd have to look at what the company is currently budgeting for replacement outside what stride would look like.
Will I be getting that when I get an answer to the outside of stride question?
We will. I think the variable there, Your Honor, is we don't know with accuracy when or how much we'll ask for when we file base rate cases beyond our current case.
I guess what I'm getting at is if there's no stride and you have to slow to a pace that is aligned with base rate recovery, and yet you still have an obligation to maintain safe and reliable service, there must be a pace at which the company would be replacing pipe. And I'd like to know what that is.
We can look at our pre-stride replacement rates and try to divine a number for you that way.
Not divine.
Derive.
Thank you. Do you know the percentage of your total gas distribution system mileage that was replaced in Stride 2?
The percentage, I know the mileage.
Yeah, how's that?
Through stride, we're around the asset class that's in stride is about approximately 140 plus miles, subject to check, Your Honor.
140 miles, and you would know then how many miles are in your system, so then you would have a percentage.
Yes.
Because you testified on page 17 that you, in Stride 2, you experienced an overall leak reduction rate in Maryland of 45%. So you took out 140 miles of pipe and reduced leaks by 45%.
Yes, because the, give me 1 second, Your Honor. That's if you go to WAJ1, the material types that we are replacing are targeted in on page 9, Your Honor, bottom of page 9. The materials types account for 50% of all leaks on the system, but only make up 7% of the total main. So we're targeting the facilities that account for majority of the leak on the system.
And it's only 7% of your...
Yes, ma'am.
While we're there, Mr. Dean asked you some friendly cross about the figures.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't quite catch your response to when he asked you which programs were being targeted in looking at figure 2, and you recall? So figure 2 is the service leak density.
And that should tie to table 2 on page 8, Your Honor, in a table format. And so we are targeting unprotected and bare steel service replacement, copper, and pre-75 plastic.
Okay, but the leak per 100 service segments on pre-1975 plastic doesn't really even compare to the leak per 100 service segments, for example, on unprotected wrapped steel, correct?
That's why it's targeted on protected wrapped steel. Unprotected wrapped steel. Make sure I'm looking at the right table. Sorry.
I'm looking at table 2 now.
Yes.
You directed me to.
So the unprotected wrapped steel leaks per 100 service per table 2 is 14.5 leaks per 100 services, but the overall one, the figure 2 shows the leak rates, but when you look at the targeted, that's where it becomes more more advantageous to look at the table that shows that even though we show a reduction in leaks on the targeted unprotected wrap steel services, there's still assets or segments in that asset class that's behaving badly. So the company is targeting those asset class for replacement.
I understand why you're targeting unprotected wrapped steel services because of the leaks per 100 service segments of 14.5. But I thought you also said pre-1975 plastic was being targeted. And that has a leak rate of only 0.8 leaks per 100 service segments.
And that's also targeted, Your Honor. It's not all of the pre-1975 plastic service. It's the pre-1975 service, similar to the targeted unprotected services, is the pre-1975 services that are behaving badly.
Okay, I'm sorry. You've completely
So
confused me.
it's
Is this table 2 correct or not?
Table-
Pre-1975 plastic has a leak rate of only 0.8 leaks per 100 service segments, correct?
yes, Your Honor.
And is it a targeted asset or not targeted in stride?
It is. So the company is not proposing to replace all of the pre-1975 plastic.
Which
The
portion?
company is in the program is the targeted, meaning that pre-1975 plastic that is behaving similar to VMC service replacements.
How do you know?
Because we have a leak rate for the VMC services, and through the engineering and the prioritization process, they look at that aspect. And
How do you know that a pre-1975 plastic service is acting like a vintage mechanical coupled service?
can you say I didn't hear you. Go ahead one more time. I'm sorry.
I thought, if I understood your testimony correctly, you said you're targeting that portion of the pre-1975 plastic services that act like the vintage mechanical coupling services. Is that what you said?
Yes,
And I asked, how do you know?
because our engineering team and our DIM team look at those asset class and select those services that are behaving similar to VMC. It goes down a
How do
little
you know they're behaving similarly to VMC?
because they look at the leak rate for individual segments, Your Honor.
And how do you get the leak rate for the individual segments?
I would have to default that to witness the Kramer. Okay, thank you.
Do you have better information than Mr. Murphy did on the amount of work that's done in-house versus outside?
As far as the construction,
Yes.
majority.
You said sometimes, maybe. some
Majority of
services.
our work activities are done with contractors. We do have some service replacements that happen with with internal crews, but that's very limited amount of number.
So I'm on page 27 of your direct, and in response to the question of what other outside cost pressures, 1, has the company faced in completing its Stride 2 plan, and 2, does the company foresee as persisting in Stride 3, you state currently Washington Gas is experiencing cost increases arising from supply chain pressures on contracted field work. So my question to you, does this mean that the demand for contracted field work exceeds the supply of field work available? field workers available, I guess I should say.
Can you refer me to what line you're on there? I'm sorry.
Sure. I am on page 27, line 7.
Okay. Yeah, so because of all the replacement programs in the region, yes, we're having pressure on contract, not only resource type, but the costs associated with those securing those resources.
So you pay more for contractors than you would if not everyone else around you is also replacing pipe.
Theoretically, yes, you would, because
Is
we're all
it- is it
we're all in
theoretically,
competition.
Or is it
We're all in
actually-
competition for resources, Your Honor.
Right. So, but it's not a theoretically you're paying more. You testified that you're paying more.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the reason why I say theoretically, Your Honor, because I'm not 100% certain what BGE is paying their contractors to do their work or other utilities in Maryland to do that same work.
I'm not asking if you're paying more than BGE and
Okay.
Columbia Gas. I'm asking if you're paying more than you think WGL would have absent the demand for that labor.
I assume so, yes, because of the
Well, again,
because of
it's
the
your
yes,
testimony.
absolutely,
I'm
yes.
not asking you to assume. I'm
Yes.
clarifying that your testimony means that there's a limited supply of labor out there. Everyone needs it. And so you have to pay more to get your
Yes.
contractors. Okay. Do you have an idea of how much more?
I do know recently through our through supply chain that we anticipate an 8% increase.
An
8% increase in
And that's through what period?
this upcoming Stride 3 period.
So in comparison to all of Stride 2 or the last year of Stride 2?
It's a 8% increase on the Stride, what we were paying previously through Stride 2 on the contracted costs.
Okay, and do you know whether the contracted cost you paid in Stride 2 was subject to supply chain pressures and inflation and cost more than it would have otherwise?
Repeat the question one more time, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
In Stride 2, the way you say you were continuing to experience, well, this says currently you're experiencing, but I've kind of read the testimony in the rate case too. So you seem to be saying that there's been this inflation and everything costs more, and there's supply chain issues and
Yes.
everything costs more. And I guess my question was whether you have an idea of how much more it cost in Stride 2 due to those pressures than it would have absent those pressures.
I have not completed that analysis. Absent those pressures, I do know that because of the COVID and so forth, we have supply chain issues and pressures, not only specifically to contract resources. So a lot of companies are renegotiating contracts. It just so happened that we're in the process or have renegotiated those contracts now. So we kind of have an idea what that increase is.
There's an emergency. You go out and repair it, and it costs what it costs, correct?
Yes.
But if you're forecasting out, and you're looking at the cost, and it's a lot more than you thought it would be because of supply chain pressures on contracted fieldwork, would you agree with me or disagree with me that at some point it doesn't make sense to pay? Say the cost is now double what it should have been. Is it still reasonable to pay that? Or is there a point at which you've got to reassess and make a more prudent decision because it's just costing ratepayers too much money?
I think the fact that the company competitively bid out the units through alliance type contracts, as witness Murphy explained, that inherently helps manage the cost because it's a competitively bid and you're paying market price. Now, I'm not sure.
Can't that market price become just way too high?
I guess it could, but we also have the obligation to provide a safe and reliable system. And if we have to go out and do the work to provide a safe and reliable system, we'll have to pay the cost to do that.
But all of the work under Stride 3 is not mandated, correct?
It's the work on the Stride 3 encourages through the call to action, and through Stride the intent of the legislation, as far as I'm aware of, is to give the company accelerated rate of replacement for that work that goes above and beyond what its normal replacement rate would be, to help enhance safety and improve reliability of the infrastructure, and as a result, reduce greenhouse gas.
But it's not your testimony, is it, that if the commission approves a $495 million budget, that you should spend that amount regardless of how much labor costs? You should do whatever work you can do with that amount of money, regardless of the reasonableness of those costs?
In my testimony, I did not. In my testimony is that for the $495 million, the company estimated and had taken into account some of those inflationary measures as laid out in there, whether it's inflation rate, whether it's the contract rate, whether it's the paving cost increases that we're seeing across. All those are accounted for in that cost, in that 495. I'm probably missing one other thing, but those are the highlights from the inflationary pressures that the company's facing, and I've accounted for those in the 495 along with the estimated units for replacement, Your Honor.
Why did WGL only complete 70%, or why will WGL only complete 70% of its main replacement work in Stride 2?
So in Stride 2, the company have faced a more stringent, more rigorous paving, in which Company Wisdom, who would talk about when he comes up or testify on the stand.
Anything else besides paving?
That's the major driver behind
30%?
it. Currently, right now, the company's paying about 40 cents on the dollar. For every $1 spent on constructing our pipeline, we're spending about 40 cents on the dollar on paving costs.
So does that make up the 30%?
No, but we also have cost inflationary measures that I described as well, Your Honor.
But you're working under contracts with contractors that were competitively bid, and you had your unit prices already, right?
Yes, so we did have unit prices already, yes, Your Honor.
So other than paving, which we'll get to, how did the prices increase under those contracts that you'd already competitively bid?
So
you couldn't complete.
So during that time of Stride 2, so you have to realize in Stride 2, the cost that created that budget for Stride 2 was based on 2015, 2016, maybe even further back, dollars to compete to make up that estimate.
And then
so,
when you went to competitively bid the contracts, it cost more than you had estimated?
Yes.
And
then
to the commission?
Those costs were also on top of that, that cost for paving and other associated restoration and so forth have jumped during that time frame, Your Honor. So the cost component that was used to create the estimate for Stride 2 has drastically changed. Yes, we probably should have came back and present that to the commission, and that's why the company is of the opinion that the best way to judge our performance is our annual list, because we know what's going on in that given year.
But that's how you operated in Stride 2, on an annual project list basis, and you only completed 70% of your projects. So how does that help?
But if you look at our performance against that Stride list, is way better than 70%, Your Honor.
What incentive does the company have to do as much work as possible, in your words, for the budgeted amount the commission approves?
I think the incentive is to minimize risk and leaks across the system. That's good for public safety, Your Honor.
But
So
there's no recourse when you come in, Mr. Dodge comes before the commission is it every year, every few months, and says that we didn't complete as much as we said we would, but we spent all the money. What incentive does the company have to not have Mr. Dodge end up saying that?
So from an incentive, I'm not sure about incentive, but the incentive to the ratepayers and to the commission, to the public, is that we're providing and proactive replacing assets that would have taken us, the company, longer through our normal course of business versus doing an accelerated replacement through which the company is incentivized.
I understand the incentive in the STRIDE statute.
Yes.
And maybe incentive, that word is messing you up. What
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying is, what does the company care if you don't perform as you planned?
But we do care, because we care about providing operating a safe system, Your Honor.
Okay, you care, but what happens to the company that is all negative in a financial way when you don't perform as you planned?
That's outside my expertise, Your Honor, about the negative from a financial standpoint.
Did you review OPC witness Larkin Connolly's direct testimony at all?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you agree with his statement that various implementation challenges led to a slow start in getting the program ramped up over the initial years? Your STRIDE program?
Can you point me to?
You want me to point you to his testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
If I may, Your Honor, page 14, I believe, of his direct.
Yes. Bottom of page 14, starting line 10. Well, 9. Based on my review of filings over this period, my understanding is that various implementation challenges led to a slow start in getting the program ramped up over the initial years. Do you agree with that?
I believe, based on when Strike 2 was approved late December and the company had to go back and adjust this list to remove contingency and not receiving a final approved list, I believe was later in the year. Yes, that slowed implementation of Stride 2.
And that was, again, because your list wasn't approved until late?
Yes, our list was not improved till, I believe, Q1 of 2019, some time frame around there, subject to check.
You talked about having to renegotiate your contracts with your outside contractors. You're going to be doing that, correct?
I think we're in the process of wrapping up a bunch of them now, but we have some assumptions based on our supply chain that is accounted for in our estimates, Your Honor.
What happens if you don't need as many contractors as you estimated?
You mean we don't need as much contractors, or?
The nature of the contracts that you've perhaps already entered into going forward, there's no minimum amount of work you've promised those contractors.
No, we don't promise any minimum amount of work.
just along the same line, on page 27, line 13, is anticipated the company will continue to encounter inflationary pressures and supply chain conditions that create market volatility for construction-related activity. Is there anything you would like to add to that, to explain that?
I think the biggest thing about that, Your Honor, is that yes, we put forth a 5-year plan, but just like in Strike 2, who could have predicted COVID-19 to be here, and who could predict that inflation was at a record high during that same time frame?
So just because you don't know, you anticipate that they'll just be continuing?
We anticipate it. In developing the plan, you see we assumed a 6% based on the Bureau of Labor and Statistics at the time when we developed the plan. So we have some assumptions in there that is accounted for. But that's based on the information that we know now.
Turning to your exhibit, WAJ-1, on page 1, you refer to the estimated reduction in greenhouse gas emissions is shown in Table 5. Do you know how those are calculated?
I do know high level that it's calculated using the EPA methodology.
Do you know what the EPA methodology is?
I know it was calculated and with my supervision.
So there's someone who isn't going to talk to us today who did that, you're saying?
Yes.
Do you know if it's based on size of pipe in the ground?
Oh, I can answer that part. So it's based on, to the best of my knowledge, subject to check, it's driven based by the material type being replaced, and it assigned a certain emission reduction compounded annually to that asset type that's being replaced.
Regardless of location, depth?
Yes.
In your rebuttal testimony on page 20, starting at line 8, you talk about the yearly project lists of the most up-to-date information regarding the company's STRIDE program and the most actionable measure of the company's performance. What do you mean by actionable?
The project list is put together. So the project list is, we file a project list November 1st through our regulatory filing process. We look at and create the projects that are on there. They're estimated initially, and then incorporate any restoration requirements that might be needed based on when we finalize that list, Your Honor. So we file November 1st, and then we have an additional update list once all final designs have been received. So the company has the best known information at that time that it might face. If there are any moratorium we try to either, if the project's going to be done during a time frame, during a moratorium, is planned based on risk to be replaced during that moratorium time frame, we try to include that. But we know the better information that given year as we go through our planning process to create our project list. So that's why it's the most accurate at that time, Your Honor.
Yeah, I was focused on the word actionable. Actionable measure of the company's performance. What does that mean?
So it means that once the project list, the company performance should be based against that project list annually.
What action can be taken?
What action could be taken in front of the project?
You use the word actionable. It's
Yes.
the most actionable measure of the company's performance. What
Yes,
action can be taken?
From a judging performance is the action, Your Honor. So saying, hey, if the company say we're going to replace 17 miles in a given year and 1,000 services, did the company do that?
And what action can be taken if the company did not?
That would be determined, Your Honor, by the commission, I assume, from a performance standpoint.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
So, I'm sorry. Before you step down, there might be some redirect by your counsel.
I have two quick questions, if I may, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mr. Akas, counsel for Sierra Club questioned you on cost recovery for Stride in the later years of the Stride program. Is that correct? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is Washington Gas in this proceeding proposing to recover any Stride costs which are not approved by the Commission?
No, we're not.
Judge Lawrence asked you a series of questions about the company's performance in Stride 2. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
If you know, Mr. Akas, what percentage of services and what percentage of mains did the company complete against its Commission-approved project lists in Stride 2?
In Stride 2, the main replacement, it's around 94%, and the service replacement is around 97%, subject to check, but it's around those numbers in the mid-90s.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thanks. That reminded me, I had another question for you, Mr. Akas. You said you reviewed Mr. Brendan Larkin's
Yes, I have.
testimony. He had an issue with the service, the cost to replace services, individual services in Stride 3 as proposed, something like $26,000 per service. Do you recall that testimony?
You'd have to point me back to it exactly, Your Honor. Is that in his direct testimony, Your Honor, or his rebuttal?
Yes. I have Mr. Shu looking as well.
Page 64 of his direct, I believe.
Yes, I'm sorry, not 26,000, 24,000. So page 64 of Mr. Larkin Connolly's direct. You there?
Yes.
Do you see what I'm? The company has budgeted $168.7 million to replace 6,879 services independent of a main replacement project. That works out to be an average of $24,523 per service. I didn't do the math, but do you have
I have
Do you
not checked this
dispute-
math on that one, Your Honor,
No,
so
okay. We
yeah.
don't, we're gonna take the math. We're gonna assume the math is correct. Okay, subject to check. We can do the math if you want. But my question really is, do you dispute that you're spending approximately that amount per service?
Your Honor, I'm hesitant to accept this math because there were some issues with his other numbers in his testimony that I don't want to accept. So
Okay,
I
well,
could-
then we'll get a calculator.
yeah.
Okay, I have a calculator. So I'm gonna take 168.7 million and divide it by, right? 6,879, that's the math?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. 1,687 million. Divided by 6,879. Huh, 24,524. He's off by, he rounded down, I rounded up. Do you want to do the math? Do you wanna-
No. We're good, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes.
So, since I've done the math, it does work out to be an average of $24,523 per service.
That's
So
what
that
the math.
WGL is proposing to spend $24,523 per service.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else you want to say about that?
That cost currently, as estimated, Your Honor, like I said earlier in my testimony, included inflationary and the experiences that we have faced in the last 3 years of stride. So and that number is across 5 years. So that's not just for 2024 dollars. I think if that's what it's gradually increased at a compound rate over 5 years. So that's based on those numbers, the 168.7. It's at the end of 5 years, if you per se, it's compounded year over year by 6% annual growth.
Okay, but it's one customer, right?
That would be eventually across the 5. It's hard to say it's 24,537
Right,
because
but
he's
it's one
taken over the
customer.
5-year span
But it's one customer.
per customer. Yes, but it's not the straight simple
I understand
math.
the number might change, but it's per customer.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any more redirect?
I do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any other questions from anybody else based on my questions? Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
agencies, they start out, I have one who's two, and I've been in a bunch of state agencies, so.
Yeah, they hold on to yours for a little bit. I was in a couple state agencies up in New Jersey before moving down to the area, and they just kept my email. They didn't,
Well-
like, they kept it live. They keep, like, a
Right.
retention for a couple
Well,
years.
that would work
so.
if your agency had a Google platform versus a 360, a Microsoft platform.
Yeah.
The other agencies I've been in, a couple, one of them was a Google platform,
Yeah.
and so that one is now the one. I've had two other state agencies had a Microsoft platform. And so, and one was the first initial last name, and then one was the full, yeah, so, yes, otherwise I'd probably be up to, what, 4?
Yeah.
Number 4 by now.
When I did this, it was probably even before they, well, this was the judiciary for New Jersey.
Right,
so
that's
it was
right,
probably
yeah,
even
this is-
before. They were way behind, so like, let's just keep the email.
I think, and it seems like the Maryland judiciary, I worked for the Maryland judiciary too for a while. They're behind in technology too. They tried, but they,
We're very, very happy. Before I left, I was very happy to see that now all the counties have e-filing.
oh, yeah.
I understand that this county yet has e-filing. Baltimore
Maryland
City,
has,
rather, Baltimore City.
Oh, Maryland has e-filing. I think Baltimore City just got Epic. Did they just get it? I haven't filed in the court system in a while.
I did for the Pro Hoc, for their special admission for this case.
Oh.
And as of 2 months ago, they did not have it.
Oh, they did not,
I mean, unless
okay.
it's like.
No,
just
no, I
happened,
haven't been,
so- working in the court system in 2 years. So yeah, no, it's, and it's just really uploading PDFs. Yeah.
It doesn't, it's not integrated.
Yeah.
And it's, and then each county uses MDEC differently. Like they have like hundreds of categories.
Yeah.
And you have to call the clerk's office to make
To
sure that,
even figure out which one you're doing.
to figure which one that they want you to use, so you don't get a rejection. And then you
Yeah.
look at your email and then you don't see it, oh no, it's,
Yeah, it's kind of like, you want to make sure all the user interface is correct. I actually just had this discussion with someone about proper drop-downs, because my health insurance doesn't come up on a lot, but it's just like if you made the extra step of just counting it as a Blue Cross, just because Blue Cross of California doesn't show up on like any of our doctors' lists. So a lot of these enterprise solutions that they have for
Oh.
institutions can be kind of
Drop down.
intuitive
Oh, yeah.
or not so intuitive.
Right.
And if you pick the wrong drop-down, it really just freaks out because it's
Right.
not fitting in that rigid box. So,
Yeah,
judiciary, they fixed that. It's really bad when you have to do other and then type in your own description of the file.
Right,
That also
yeah.
gets really bad. But, there's other, you would think they would have this sorted for things like filings in court or health insurance. But,
and does CCAN, do you represent CCAN in state court, the Maryland State
no,
Court?
not Maryland State Court, no. I've only represent CCAN in this case and the WGL rate case in
Oh,
974.
Oh, I see.
Usually, I'm barred in DC, and I represent Sierra Club mostly there.
Oh, okay.
Sorry to represent Sierra Club on our own right here today. But,
Yeah.
I worked with Susan Miller.
Yeah,
a lot.
yeah.
Yeah, she's my colleague. So
Yeah, nice.
we go between the Maryland cases. Well, I'm
Nice.
stepping in more in the Maryland cases. It's like 4 hours.
Good,
But yeah,
great, good working with you.
yeah. Looking forward to getting more involved in everything. So.
I told,
Good morning.
How you doing? You want him to be sworn in?
I have a preliminary before that.
Okay.
You had referenced a question about the EPA calculator. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't a continuing request.
No,
Okay.
I think that's fine.
Thank you. Washington Gas calls Andrew Lawson to the stand.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. One preliminary matter too. For the bench request number 2, I just want to clarify. You had asked about comparisons of pace and cost between WG on the other utilities.
Replacement pace and cost.
Replacement pace and cost. That also can include like comparisons of completion rates on stated project lists among the other utilities that engage in that activity, or
No, I
Okay.
think it's basically how much you're replacing at what
Yeah.
cost compared to what the other utilities are doing.
Okay, and
right?
over.
Is that what you had?
That's what I understood. And, Your Honor, who's up? I don't want to throw staff under the bus. The staff may have done a similar analysis during the pendency of Stride 2. I remember that the companies did respond to a general data request from
If you
staff.
can point me to something in the docket in that case that I can look at, I'm happy to. I just didn't see it in this case.
I don't know that staff filed the results of their survey, so, but I can double check that.
Thank you.
I do. Sure. It's Andrew Lawson, Andrew, Lawson. I'm Manager Regulatory Affairs at Washington Gas. My business address is 6801 Industrial Road, Springfield, Virginia, 22151.
Good morning, Mr. Lawson.
Morning.
How long have you been employed by Washington Gas, please?
17 years.
Do you have a copy with you today of your direct testimony that you had pre-submitted in this case?
I do.
Am I correct that direct testimony consists of 10 pages of narrative questions and answers?
I have 11.
Subject to check, I should have said. Am I also correct that your direct testimony is accompanied by 3 exhibits?
That's correct.
All right, and do you also have a copy of your rebuttal testimony?
I do.
And, at least in my version, it looks like 6 pages of narrative Q&A.
That's correct.
And do you have any exhibits accompanying your rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
Do either your direct or rebuttal testimonies or the direct exhibits contain any confidential information?
No.
Thank you. At this time, do you have any corrections or changes to either your direct or rebuttal testimonies?
I don't.
If I asked you the questions contained in both testimonies today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Do you have any rejoinder testimony today?
No, I don't.
Do you adopt now the direct and rebuttal testimonies as your own in this case?
I do.
Your Honor, the company would mark Mr. Lawson's direct testimony as WGL 6
So marked.
and his rebuttal testimony as WGL 7,
So marked.
and we move their admission.
Any objections? WGL Exhibits 6 and 7 are entered into the record.
Mr. Lawson is available for cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
I have a few questions. Good morning, Mr.
Good morning.
Lawson. So in your direct testimony, you referenced the study that Washington Gas commissioned from Towson University on the economic impacts of Stride 3, correct?
I do.
And you note this study concludes that the Stride 3 plan will create a substantial number of jobs in Maryland, correct?
The study does conclude that, yes.
So if Washington Gas were to repair its leaking pipelines instead of replacing them, would you expect that to create new jobs also?
Objection, Foundation.
Let me respond. I'm just seeking.
He wants you to explain how this witness knows that.
Okay, I'm just, because you testified about the study, I'm just asking about some other assumptions or
Is it in the
conclusions.
study? Is the replacement in the study?
Yeah, I was just asking about what was and was not in the study. So it was not in the study, but that was the nature of the question. I'm happy to withdraw or rephrase.
You're repeating the question?
Yeah, I'm happy to repeat it. Well, I guess first I'll ask you, the study did not consider repair of leaking pipelines and the effect on the economy from those, correct?
No, I don't believe so.
And if Washington Gas were to repair its leaking pipelines, would you expect that to create new jobs?
I cannot quantify that.
Okay. And the study did not consider replacing leaking pipe. Did not consider placing new electric lines instead of replacing pipelines or
Objection.
electrification.
Foundation again, Your Honor.
Well, she's just asking, she's clarifying what the study didn't contain. It didn't talk about those items.
Sorry, electrification.
Of course not.
Okay. So just to confirm, Washington Gas did not compare the expected economic impacts of replacing pipelines with repairing pipelines, considering non-pipeline alternatives, or electrifying its system, correct?
Repeat that for me. It just broke away from the mic a little bit.
Oh, no problem. So Washington Gas did not compare the expected economic impacts of replacing pipelines with repairing pipelines, considering non-pipeline alternatives, or electrifying its system, correct?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term stranded assets?
I am.
Okay. Excellent, then I won't even define it. In conducting this study, the researchers at Towson did not consider the economic impacts of STRIDE on Washington Gas's ratepayers in the event that any of the new pipelines become stranded assets, correct?
No.
The researchers did not consider the economic impacts of STRIDE on Washington Gas's low-income ratepayers, who are more vulnerable to shutoffs in the case of rate increases in the event that any of the new pipelines become stranded assets.
Can you try to restrict your questions to a little less testimony and a little more question?
Yeah, apologies. The researchers did not consider economic impacts of STRIDE on low-income ratepayers if they become stranded assets, correct?
No.
Okay. One moment. I know there was one question I had asked Winis Yakas, and he recommended I ask you instead, so if you'll bear with me. Okay, I'll see if you know the answer to this one. So in this docket, you've not identified how Washington Gas plans to reconcile its capital investment in new pipes that will last for a century with the Climate Solutions Now Act's requirement to be net zero by 2045, correct?
I'm aware of those statements.
Okay. Washington Gas did not reconcile those two potentially contradictory, or those two statements, correct?
Well, again, I can't accurately predict where we're going to be in 2045. I'm aware that those are statements that have been made, but what I am aware of is that our customer base is continuing to grow now, and we need to serve customers now and for the foreseeable future.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
No questions, Your Honor.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Lawson. My name is Ruthie Herman. I'm an assistant staff counsel representing the technical staff of the
Morning.
commission. Good morning. Mr. Lawson, have I presented to you WGL's response to staff data request 1-2?
Yes, you have.
Mr. Lawson, were you the author, or did you supervise the preparation of the answer to 1-2?
I am the author.
At this time, Your Honor, I wish to ask the court to identify WGL's response to staff data request 1-2 as staff exhibit 1.
So marked.
Mr. Lawson, were these responses true and correct, or this response true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And does this response remain correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, subject to the follow-up data request on this subject.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
At this time, I ask the court to move into evidence, staff exhibit number 1.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Staff one is admitted into the record.
Thank you. Mr. Lawson, have I presented to you WGL responses to staff data requests 5-1 and 5-2?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson, were you the author, or did you supervise the preparation of the answers to 5-1 and 5-2?
Yes. I was the author of both.
Thank you. At this time, Your Honor, I wish to ask the court to identify WGL's responses to staff data requests 5-1 and 5-2 as staff exhibit number 2.
Those will be marked as staff 2.
Mr. Lawson, were these responses true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And do these responses remain correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I ask the court to move into evidence, Staff Exhibit Number 2.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Staff Exhibit 2 is admitted into the record.
Mr. Lawson, have I also presented to you WGL responses to staff day requests 6-1 and 6-2?
Yes.
Mr. Lawson, were you the author or did you supervise the preparation of the responses?
I was the author.
At this time, I wish to ask, Your Honor, the court to identify WGL's responses to staff data requests 6-1 and 6-2 as Staff Exhibit Number 3.
Those will be marked as Staff 3.
Mr. Lawson, were these responses true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And do these responses remain correct, Mr. Lawson?
They do.
At this time, I wish to ask the court to move Staff Exhibit Number 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Staff 3 is admitted.
Mr. Lawson, not to belabor this point, but may I just ask you for clarification to go to your direct testimony. It's work paper number 8 for the court and colleagues. It's not numbered in the direct, but I can see if I can help you get there.
Work paper 8?
Yes, work paper.
I'm there.
Okay, great.
Exhibit RAL1.
Yes, Exhibit RAL-1, work paper 8 in Mr. Lawson's direct. Mr. Lawson, the heading, am I correct that you have changed that to Maryland Stride 3?
Yeah, that's correct. As you can imagine, when I put this together, I don't recreate the wheel every time I do this analysis. So just a typographical oversight on my part.
Mr. Lawson, may I ask you now to go to your rebuttal, page 6. And may I ask you to read, just very briefly, line 14. It's just read the statement that begins line 14, and I think it ends on line 17.
Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you start? And when I printed this, there's a possibility that we may have differing line numbers.
I can read it.
Can you just start with the beginning of the sentence and I'll finish?
Sure. And the question is, and you title it Part 4, Staff's Recommendation on Surcharge Filing. The question is, please summarize the recommendations made by Staff Witness Alexander regarding the company's Stride surcharge.
Okay.
You've said Staff Witness Alexander. If you could just
Sure.
read that. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Staff Witness Alexander concludes that the revenue requirements I have calculated are reasonable but should be updated to reflect the change in the PSC assessment for 2024, which had not been released as of the time of the company's filing. The company certainly agrees with the staff recommendation and will include all available updated inputs to its calculation of the current factor for 2024 when we make our annual Stride filing on November 1st.
Thank you. That concludes my questioning.
Hi, Mr. Lawson.
Morning.
Your statement in response to Sierra Club's question, your customer base continues to grow.
That's correct.
Do you want to elaborate? Is that both commercial and residential?
Both, to the best of my knowledge. The last time I checked, we had around 5,000 meters a year in Maryland over the last several years. Again, those are round numbers.
You added 5,000 meters in Maryland,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
you don't know the breakdown between commercial and...
I could certainly get that for you.
When you say added, it's not replacement of any?
No, ma'am.
So, yeah, if you could get me the breakdown of commercial versus residential. Do you know what rate of increase that represents?
Asking me to do the math. So we have around 515,000 customers in Maryland. So, less than 1%. And that's just Maryland. That doesn't take into account D.C. or Virginia.
Yeah, but I don't care about either of those places.
Well, that's why I
Okay, so-
clarified what I did.
Yeah. So you don't include in that statement new customers, people who are signing up, who are new account holders, but at existing residences.
No, I believe those are actual new customer meters.
And you're going to get me confirmation of that.
We will.
What are we up to? Is that 4? That's 5. Excellent. Okay. Thank you. Oh, any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Lassen.
Oh, thank you.
Just checking our witness order.
Stuber.
I thought so too. The company calls Aaron Stuber to the stand. We ask that he be sworn.
I do. Aaron Stuber, Aaronstuber. And the business address it's 6801 Industrial Road, Springfield, Virginia 22151.
Good morning, Mr. Stuber.
Good morning.
By whom are you employed, sir?
Washington Gas.
How long have you been an employee of the company?
About 22 years.
And what is your current position with the company?
I am Senior Director of Asset Management.
Do you have a copy of your direct testimony with you on the stand?
I do.
Do you, just check the, as I recall, you're approximately 31 pages of narrative Q&A.
That's correct.
Is your direct testimony accompanied by any exhibits?
Yes, there are 3 exhibits.
Did you pre-file rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
And how many pages, if you could remind me, for your rebuttal?
4 pages.
Is your rebuttal testimony accompanied by any exhibits?
No, it is not.
Do your direct testimony and its exhibits or your rebuttal testimony contain any confidential information?
No, they do not.
At this point, do you have any corrections or changes to your direct or rebuttal testimonies or the exhibits?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today as asked in your pre-filed direct and rebuttal, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Do you have any rejoinder testimony for us this morning?
I do not.
Do you adopt your direct and rebuttal testimonies as your own in this case?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this point, the company would mark the direct testimony of Aaron Stuber as WGL 8.
So marked.
And we would identify his rebuttal as WGL 9
So marked.
and move their admission.
Any objections?
Oh, Your Honor.
WJL exhibits 8 and 9 are entered.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
Briefly, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Stuber.
Good morning.
You heard earlier today my questions to Witness Murphy about the company's low pressure or overpressurization risk ranking methodology, and you testified about JANA. Mr. Murphy testified that the company has a overpressurization risk ranking methodology outside of JANA. Do you know how the company intends to incorporate this separate risk model into determinations of what projects to undertake, or is that a question for somebody else?
No, I can answer that question. We, as mentioned in my testimony, we recently transitioned our distribution assets to a JANA risk model. Subsequent phases will include our facilities assets, which would include our district regulator stations, the devices that reduce the pressure and feed into the low pressure system, and those assets would be in a subsequent phase of refreshing or rolling out a new risk model. It is those assets that, upon failure, would overpressure the system.
I don't think that was quite the question. Because if I could refer to you to what is page 20 of Murphy's direct testimony, maybe you can refresh on what he said on line 8.
Your Honor, if I could have a moment to retrieve that for the witness.
He doesn't have it in front of him.
Yes,
I
yeah,
can
no,
get it.
Ryan, what's the page?
Page 20.
Yes.
Okay, so page 20, line 8, sentence reads, the company has developed an overpressurization risk ranking methodology in recognition of the fact that relying solely on the risk ranking methodology derived from its risk model would result in only discrete replacements and could prolong the low pressure system life. So my question is, and what Mr. Murphy testified to was that this overpressurization risk ranking methodology is outside of JANA, or is it JANA? Is that correct? Or
That is correct.
did you just testify that it was going to be implemented into JANA?
That is correct. A future phase of our risk model implementation.
So do you know when that would?
I would estimate over the next year and a half.
So how is the company, if you have the JANA model and then outside of that you also have a overpressurization risk ranking methodology, how are you reconciling the two? Or how are you ranking projects when in between the two ranking systems?
We're ranking them separately. One is more of a subject matter expert methodology, which witness to Kramer could expand on, and the other is with a risk model.
So how's the company, so if you have JANA saying here's the riskiest certain risky projects, and you have another model saying, you have another methodology saying here's risks from low pressure, how do you prioritize between the two?
It's a different type of risk. It's not the risk of the pipe itself. It's a risk of a failure of our pressure regulating devices. So they are different types of risks, different threats.
But in terms of project prioritization, how do you compare the risks?
I think I can leave that to witness to Kramer to expand upon.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Do you have unfriendly cross, Mr. Dean?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Because staff's position in this case is that the company's plan be accepted, correct?
We, after reviewing, as indicated in staff testimony, we recommend approval of the plan, yes.
Okay, so what position are you taking adverse to the company?
We also have an obligation to complete the record under the statute, so there's a few items I'd like to ask questions on in that vein.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. On page 27 of your direct testimony, you indicate that the inputs to JANA can be updated over time.
That is correct.
Does the company have a plan to identify and collect data to update the inputs to JANA?
Yes, as we replace pipes, the old pipe would no longer be in JANA, and it would be replaced with a newer pipe. There's other things that we're doing in order to improve data quality, looking at where there's uncertainties in some of our data, refining that and updating the model with that.
Thank you. What phase of the JANA implementation is the company currently at?
We recently implemented our distribution risk model. We are about to embark on a roadmap or blueprinting phase for the other asset classes, which would include facilities, transmission, and storage.
Could you describe how the JANA implementation was verified for accuracy?
Yeah, it was compared to the results of our previous model, Optimane, and there was a what we call a holdback year, a year where the actual leaks were not fed into the risk models to so that there would not be a bias having that data in the risk model. And we allowed both models to predict the leaks that had actually occurred during that year. And in this case, the JANA risk model outperformed our historical risk model, Optimane.
Thank you. On page 31 at line 13, you indicate that the company plans on using the new JANA software for the 2024 Stride 3 project list filing. Is there anything that will prevent that from happening?
So for services alone, those were prioritized based on our historic prioritization method. The risk model output was not ready in time for those those projects to be developed, and so starting next year, when we develop the 2025 project list, it would the prioritization for services alone would come from the JANA risk model also.
Thank you, and I assume that your filing for 2024 will describe completely how this was developed and what was used, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I took it from your answer that you clarified how the services were.
Oh, our filing would differentiate between the two methodologies.
Thank you. Staff has no further questions at this time.
I'm on page 11 of your direct, starting in line 20.
Okay.
The sentence that begins with, "It is anticipated."
Yes.
Can you read that to me?
I know there's a word that's missing from that sentence.
At least one.
At least one. It is anticipated that the new RCVs will be added to the high-risk segments at a rate of 1 per year from 2025 through 2028. And the word that's missing is and that half would be installed in Maryland.
Where are the other half installed?
In other jurisdictions.
Okay. But all right, any redirect or questions based on it?
None, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Washington Gas calls Greg DeCramer to the stand, Your Honor. And we ask ask that he be sworn.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalties of perjury that statements made in this matter today are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your first name, and give us your business address.
My name is Greg, G-R-E-G, D. Kramer, spelled D-E space K-R-A-M-E-R. I work for Washington Gas at 6801 Industrial Road in Springfield, Virginia, 22151.
Good morning, Mr. Kramer.
Good morning.
How long have you been employed by Washington Gas, please?
A little over 31 years.
And what is your current position with the company?
I am the Senior Director in Engineering.
Do you have with you today copies of your direct and rebuttal testimonies, pre-filed in this case?
I do.
Am I correct that your direct testimony consists of 22 pages of narrative questions and answers?
That's correct.
Are there exhibits accompanying that direct testimony?
Yes, there are 4.
With respect to your rebuttal testimony, sir, I have it at 10 pages of narrative questions and answers. Is that correct?
I have 8.
Okay, you probably have an updated version. Thank you for that correction.
Okay.
And do you have any exhibits accompanying your rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
Do either your direct or rebuttal testimonies or the direct exhibits contain confidential information?
Yes, my direct testimony, the exhibits are all marked as confidential.
And can you explain generally why they are marked as confidential?
Yes, because they generally contain location information of critical infrastructure, and the company, based upon concerns over safety and federal statute, treat that information as confidential.
Thank you. At this point, do you have any corrections or changes to your direct or rebuttal testimonies?
I do not.
How about the confidential exhibits?
I do not.
If I asked you the questions today that appear in your pre-filed direct and rebuttal testimonies, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Do you have any rejoinder testimony for us this morning?
I do not.
Do you adopt the direct and rebuttal testimonies as your own in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, Washington Gas would mark the direct testimony of Greg DeKramer as WGL 10.
So marked.
And his rebuttal testimony as WGL 11.
So marked.
And we would move their admission.
Any objections? WGL Exhibits 10 and 11 are entered into the record.
Thank
As
you, Your
a
Honor.
clarification, is the confidential and the public versions being identified separately?
Very good clarification. We will mark as 10C the confidential version of the exhibits. If Your Honor chooses, we can put in the entirety of the testimony.
I didn't understand the last part.
Do you want us to
Do you have a public version that's marked, that's redacted, or you only have the confidential?
We only have it confidential
That's
today.
fine. There can just be a confidential version. So I don't think there's any need to redo it.
Thank
10
you,
is
Your Honor.
10 has confidential elements.
With that, the witness is available for cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. DeKramer.
Good morning.
So you've probably heard I'm going to ask the same question.
Yeah.
So how is the company prioritizing risk between this overpressurization risk ranking methodology and the JANA system?
Yeah, so I endeavored to cover that in my testimony. There's a table on page 8 that speaks to that, table 1, but I'll expand. So the company's methodology historically, prior to having the regulator failure ranking methodology, was to prioritize replacements generally based upon risk reduced per dollar spent within the ARP eligible materials. And we would proceed from the top of that list to the bottom, selecting projects consistent with available resources and funding. That is still in place. That hasn't changed. What has changed is we now have the risk ranking that has come out of the FIMP group that specifically addresses the overpressurization risk. And this is a risk that was not accounted for and still is not accounted for first in the Optimane or in JANA, but we spoke to will be in JANA moving forward. So what we do in, or what we're proposing in Program 6 is to layer that overpressurization risk on top of the what I'll call the historic risk approach and prioritize the replacements in the low pressure zones based upon that combined risk ranking that takes into account both the historic pipeline risk overlaid and combined with the overpressurization risk.
So essentially you're adding from the prior risk ranking, you're essentially bumping up the low pressure systems as having additional risk.
They do, yeah, I'd probably phrase it a little bit differently, but I think that's generally correct. So we're layering on top of it the overpressurization risk, which is the focus of Program 6, that isn't directly accounted for in the historic risk model.
Okay, if I could turn you to Exhibit WAJ1 from Akis's testimony, if you need to get that.
I don't have anything, but
We have a moment, Your Honor. Ryan, which?
Page 7 of WAJ1.
page 7, okay, can you set me in?
Yeah. Okay, so the first sentence says there at the top, well, underneath the table, says the company anticipates that the annual investment for each of the programs indicated may vary annually based on changes in schedules and priorities due to risk profiles, operational conditions, and/or opportunities.
To Stuber's
Oh.
testimony. Have to find.
Making sure he's on his toes, Your Honor.
Page 7. I don't have a table on my page 7.
It's in Exhibit WAJ1, so I think it's at the back of his testimony if you're looking at his testimony right now.
This should, may I approach again, Your Honor?
I'm there.
Okay, so the table says Stride 3 investment allocation, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sentence underneath that table says, the company anticipates that the annual investment for each of the programs indicated may vary annually based upon changes in schedules and priorities due to risk profiles, operational conditions, and/or opportunities for construction efficiency. So can you clarify how the annual investment might change based on the risk profiles? So would low pressure systems, get more budget essentially because it has a higher risk profile?
So what's been proposed is in Program 6, I think it's $49.5 or $6 million to systematically and programmatically go through. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Yep, there we go. I'll start again. So what's been proposed in Program 6 is $49 million to programmatically clear low pressure zones. So that funding conceptually isn't currently anticipated to change. What I believe witness Yaka's testimony speaks to here is We have seen changes in behavior in populations of pipe over the STRIDE program. We can't predict specifically what they are, but we do update and run the risk model annually so that it is refreshed and has the most current information. And to the extent that that causes a reprioritization of the work, we wanted to call that out in testimony, and that's what this is speaking to here. So it's primarily in the historic risk-making sphere versus in the low-pressure program directly. But keep in mind, the risk ranking from Jan and Optimane is an input to the low-pressure program, but it doesn't inform the funding for it. It informs the prioritization of how we move through the various low-pressure zones.
So but the programs themselves, could the budgets change allocated to each program, right, based upon, risk?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you're not anticipating necessarily changing the budget for Program 6 right now, but it could, right?
Well, I'm sure there's a hypothetical where it could, but not anticipating it. But what I believe what we're positioning for here is a continuation of the ability to apply our risk-derived project selection to the extent that that risk analysis changes.
Okay. So if a low-pressure project and a medium or high-pressure project had the same risk rating, would a company prioritize the low-pressure project, or would the low-pressure project receive greater prioritization than the medium or high-pressure project if they had the same risk ranking, or not?
So it's an apples and oranges. So it depends on which risk ranking you're talking about. If you're talking about the risk ranking, implicit in your question, I hear, is all things being equal, will one do the low pressure first? Well, I don't think all things are equal once you apply the overpressurization criteria to the low pressure. That shows that the risk on the low pressure is greater, and therefore we would pursue the low pressure at that point. So at that point, all things are not equal.
Okay, so low pressure is riskier, is what you just said, correct?
No, I didn't say a blanket statement. In your hypothetical, where, as I understood it, where we had two sections of pipe, both of which had the same historic risk ranking, which one would we do first? The low pressure one would subsequently have the risk for overpressurization applied to it, at which point it is riskier.
Okay. If you applied the overpressurization risk on top of the historic risk ranking,
yes,
and that made it level with a medium or high pressure
yes,
project, would the company, does the low pressure system get priority then, or is it?
Fair enough. If that particular segment of pipe was in the zone that was being targeted to be replaced that year, yes, it would be. It would be worked in the low pressure program 6.
Okay. If I could turn you to your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
On page 7.
Okay.
Line 16, starting at line 16. You state that there are respected sources and organizations within the industry that have concluded that. I don't know. Apologies. There are respected sources and organizations within the industry that have concluded that although low-pressure systems are safe, they have unique risks which differ from those of medium or high-pressure systems, and that warrant special consideration. Is it your opinion that low-pressure systems are riskier than medium and high-pressure systems in general?
No, I can't. I don't believe that. I think that's an overstatement, right? There are dimensions of risk on the low-pressure system that exist that don't exist on medium pressure, but I can't say that they are inherently less safe than medium pressure. They're just different.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. DeKramer.
Good morning.
Michael Dean on behalf of the staff of the Public Service Commission. Some of my questions have been covered. On page 21 of your direct testimony, you discuss what the company would do if Program 6, the replacement of low-pressure system piping, is not approved. If Program 6 is not approved, would any equipment replaced using the regular stride programs 2 and 4, use medium pressure related piping and equipment?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Yes. If Program 6 is not approved and the company used stride programs 2 and 4 to replace some of the components, would that equipment replacement use medium pressure related piping and equipment?
To the extent that medium pressure is readily available, and typically that means within a block or two of where the low pressure facility targeted for replacement, then yeah, the company would endeavor to extend the medium pressure. But that is by no measure guaranteed to always be the case, which is one of the reasons for proposing Program 6, so that we can carry the medium pressure with us to avoid doing a low pressure to low pressure replacement.
Would you also install regulators as part of that replacement on services?
So no, if it was low pressure to low pressure, yes, if it was low pressure to medium pressure.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
So you said historically, prior to this overpressurization risk ranking methodology, the low-pressure pipes were ranked just based on material type?
Material type, actual, leak behavior, and then consideration of the context. What's it in front of? Is it wall-to-wall paving, inside meters? There's a bunch of dimensions in there.
Okay. But you said at page 8 of your direct, at the bottom, starting on line 23, replacing individual pipelines within the low-pressure zones solely prioritized by material risk under programs 2 and 4, which is what I believe was historically done, would largely require them to be replaced with pipes operating at low pressure to align with the entirety of the low-pressure zone. So historically, as in Stride 2, WGL replaced low-pressure pipes with low-pressure pipes?
We have examples of both, low pressure to low pressure, and then medium pressure being extended low pressure. Once again, to the
Do you have a quantification of the low pressure to low pressure that was done in Stride 2?
I don't have it with me, but we can provide that.
6. You're not continuing to do that, are you? In Stride 3? Are you proposing to continue any portion of programs 2 and 4, individual pipes and low
So
pressure?
we didn't. So this is where engineering judgment comes into project selection. To the extent we had a high-ranking, low-pressure facility, risk ranking, the historic risk ranking, that wasn't slated to be replaced in Program 6 in the near future, we would do it as a low-pressure to low-pressure in Stride 3. So we won't turn a blind eye to the piping risk solely. Does that make sense?
It does. But
Yeah.
Can bench data request 6 contain the amount in, or if you want to make it a different number, I don't care, but the amount in Stride 3 that is proposed to be low pressure to low pressure replacement of individual pipes?
We'll have to. That's going to be a tough one to figure out because we don't know what the risk ranking is in outer years, but we know what it is now for this year, for example. Okay.
Because, yeah, I'm a little bit confused because on page 9, more towards the bottom, starting on page, or line 20, you say, moreover, because the low-pressure pipelines approved for replacement under programs 2 and 4 will be replaced under program 6, there's an added benefit of accelerated replacement of those types of infrastructure.
Mhm.
As a result, the company can focus programs 2, 3, and 4 on infrastructure replacement on other areas of the distribution system. So that implies that you wouldn't be doing what you just said you're going to be doing.
I don't think it does. That's not my understanding. So we will continue to replace pipes in programs 2 and 4 based upon the traditional risk assessment. To the extent that they're low pressure and they're not targeted for replacement within the current STRIDE context under the low pressure zones, they'll be replaced as part of risky piping. We're not turning a blind eye to it. That being said, we're proposing $49 million to specifically target low pressure facilities, so that will result in an increase in low pressure facilities in aggregate that are replaced. But we won't turn a blind eye to any individual low pressure that has a high piping risk.
Mr. Akis punted a question to you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that? Were you listening?
I do.
Okay. Do I need to repeat it?
No. So as I recall, your question was, how do we know that a vintage or a pre-75 plastic service would be behaving poorly compared to a vintage a VMC service?
Yeah, I mean, he made it sound as though you would know and need to replace a pre-1975 plastic pipe despite its relatively lower risk ranking because it's acting like a vintage.
Yeah, we call it behaving badly. Yeah, so the approach. So 2 points. So the first thing is when we look at the leak rates, we're talking about the leak rates of the population overall. It doesn't mean that any individual section of the pipe might have, or that population might have a higher leak rate. So it's a distribution curve, right? And so what we endeavor to do in our program 1B or 1C is identify those black plastic services or pre-75 services that are on the right side of that tail, if you will, that have a leakage rate greater than or equal to that of VMC services. So the way we accomplish that is in our mapping system, the smallest unit of measure is something called a quad. It's a geographic area. It's about 2,000 feet by about 1,200 or so. And we know the count of these plastic services in that quad, and we know a 5-year leak history. So we calculate a leak rate for those black or pre-75, I call them black plastic services, in that quad. And to the extent that quad's leakage rate is greater than or equal to the VMC population average leakage rate, we say that quad is behaving poorly and it's targeted for replacement. There's a lot of detail there, but hopefully.
I got it.
Okay.
Any redirect?
I do have one question. In response to OPC's questions about low pressure priority, you use the phrase FIMP group.
Yes.
Could you tell us what FIMP stands for?
Sure. Facilities Integrity Management Program.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any questions based on my questions?
Briefly, Your Honor. You said that the question that the judge asked about your direct testimony on page 9, line 20, that which says that the low pressure pipelines approved for replacement under programs 2 and 4 will be placed under program 6. That means that you're in program 6 you'd be replacing pipes that have already been replaced under STRIDE 2 and
No,
possibly.
No, I think the intent with that sentence was to say that that those facilities that are going to be replaced under program 6 historically had been addressed in program 2 and 4. That was the intent. They were approved for replacement because they're part of a population in programs 2 and 4 previously.
Okay, so you wouldn't be replacing pipes previously already replaced?
Of course not, no.
Nothing further?
We're going to take an hour for lunch now, come back at 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're off the record. We're on the record. Mr. Dean.
Yes, Your Honor. You asked about the tables marked confidential in witness Clemenson's testimony. These are based on DR responses provided by the company. It is my understanding that the company desires to maintain the information listed in these tables as confidential, as they are commercially sensitive and related to bidding on the contracts for the work in Stride 3. Public disclosure of the data in the tables would allow determination of unit costs.
I don't think we're talking about the same tables.
I believe this table's on page 15, 16, and the
No.
attachment.
Starting on page 6 of Mr. Clemenson's direct testimony. Line 7, begin confidential. Table 1, Stride 2, amounts of services and or mains to be replaced, transferred and or abandoned, estimated versus actual. Same page, line 17. Next page. Those tables. Mr. Dodge told me they're not confidential.
Your Honor, I can speak to that. It's not that the table you mentioned this morning, table 1 on page 6 of Mr. Clemenson's testimony that's listed as confidential, that by itself is not a problem to be disclosed publicly. It's that table combined with table 2 and the other tables that would disclose the company's average unit pricing that is not necessarily consistent in the industry and would, in our view, if publicized and disseminated, potentially expose us to a negotiation disadvantage.
So you're saying 1 can be, but 2 not? 1 can be marked,
Correct, but
can be public, but 2
the
not?
remainder we would ask to be
All
kept.
of the rest of them?
Yes, Your Honor.
The semi-annual report filed in 9486 is not confidential, correct?
If it's not labeled confidential, then no, my understanding is it would not be.
So I need to go through here and see whether the same information is in here?
I do not know if
Because
it's the same.
there's some tables, they're very small, attached that seem to have the same information. Are you saying there's something in tables 2 et sec in Mr. Clemenson's testimony that's not in the semi-annual report?
We have not, I do not have a comparison of what was filed in that case and what was filed here at my fingertips, but we'd be happy to provide that later.
Well, he says the information came from it, and the data for this table is from the company's response to staff DR 2-12, which is attached, and the company's 2023 Stride semi-annual report attached. It's not, but he says that for all the tables. If we go to staff DR 212, it's indeed marked confidential, and it's an Excel spreadsheet. I guess I do need you to confirm for me. I don't know that it's going to be discussed today, but I still find it hard to believe that a non-confidential report was filed that contained all the information the commission desired, that somehow is contained in this one spreadsheet response to staff DR 2-12 that wasn't contained in that report, but it's possible. But if you can confirm that for me, I would just like to know. In the meantime, Mr. Dean, you'd agree that table 1, in other words, line 7 can be crossed out, and the end confidential at the end of line 11 can be crossed out?
I'm not sure that's what the company indicated.
It is what he indicated.
Then I would agree to that.
And certainly there's portions of the other tables that's not confidential. I understand what you said about getting to a rate and other people being able to compare it, but there's certainly information in addition to that that's contained in these tables. Right, Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
So
We can certainly look at that as well.
okay. Maybe just a redaction of just what can't be revealed to the public would be helpful, as opposed to just labeling everything confidential. He's going to help you out with that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The company does have 2 preliminary matters as well, Your Honor. Okay. First, company witness Murphy was called to a board meeting call that began at 1. We anticipate he'll be back in the hearing room at 1:30. If you need him earlier than that, we'll pull him off the board meeting call. The second is that in my enthusiasm to get things going this morning, I did not mark for admission our actual Stride 3 application and accompanying cover letter. I would like to do that now to mark it as WGL 12. That's the application consisting of 7 pages and the accompanying cover letter. It was filed as mail log number 303533, and we move its admission.
Why the cover letter?
For completeness of the record.
Can I have the application, not the cover letter? So, WGL Exhibit 12
Correct.
will be the application which starts with page 1 of the application through page 7.
Correct.
Any objection? WGL Exhibit 12 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're ready to call our next witness.
Your Honor, I have a couple of preliminary matters, if I may. One, apologies. Could you pull the mic closer to yourself as well? Thanks. And two, could we clarify how many with the bench DRs that have been issued? I heard talk of there being 6. I had 4 myself, so.
I'm happy to list what I have, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
I have, as bench data request number 1, a description of the replacement work completed outside of Stride 2 during the pendency of Stride 2. Number 2, a comparison of the cost and completion pace of Washington Gas and other Maryland LDCs. Number 3.
And to the extent that the company did other companies in the country, it was that as well.
Correct. I actually say other LDCs, not Maryland, so that's a good clarification. Number 3 is the pace of replacement with respect to regular rate-based recovery, that is pre-Stride history of pipe replacement. Number 4 is the percentage of miles of services replaced. For number 5, for the company's estimate on the stand of customer growth in Maryland, the meter count of that growth as distinguished between commercial and residential meters.
Along with a clarification that it's entirely new as testified
Correct.
to by Mr. Larson.
And number 6, the percentages during Stride 2, I have it, of projects that were changed from low pressure to low pressure and low pressure to high pressure. And that includes the, if we have it, the low pressure to low pressure percentage we are forecasting in Stride 3.
Any other preliminary matters? Okay, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Washington Gas calls to the stand Ijaz Mahboob. And we ask that he be sworn.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly, under penalties of perjury, that the statements made in this matter today are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your first name and last name, and give us your business address.
Sure. My name is Ijaz Mahboob. First name is I-J-A-Z. Last name is M-A-H-B-O-O-B. My business address is 6801 Industrial Road, Springfield, Virginia, 22151. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mahboob. How are you?
Good afternoon, Ms. John. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How long have you been employed by Washington Gas, please?
Slightly over 20 years.
And what is your current position with the company?
I'm currently the manager of permitting and paving departments for Washington Gas.
Sir, do you have with you on the stand today a copy of your direct testimony which was pre-filed in this matter?
I do.
Am I correct that the direct testimony consists of 11 pages of narrative questions and answers?
That is correct.
Do you have any exhibits associated with your direct testimony?
Yes, I do. There's a total of 8.
Thank you. Do either your direct testimony or your exhibits contain any confidential information, sir?
They do not.
At this time, do you have any corrections, changes, or updates to make to your testimonies or the exhibits?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today that are included in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
That's correct.
Sir, do you have any rejoinder testimony for us today?
I do not.
Do you adopt the direct testimony and exhibits as your own in this case?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this point, Washington Gas would identify as WGL 13 the direct testimony and exhibits of Ijaz Mahbub
So identified.
and move its admission.
Objections.
The witness is available for cross.
WGL Exhibit 13 is entered.
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions as well.
OPC?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Baboob, hi, my name is Ruthie Herman. I'm an assistant staff counsel representing the technical staff of the Maryland Public Service Commission.
Nice to meet you.
Mr. Mahboob, is it correct that as a non-lawyer, as a architectural engineer, you're familiar with some of the local rules regarding paving for around pipe replacements?
Well, first of all, I'm not an architectural engineer. I have an associate's degree in architectural engineering, so I'm not an architectural engineer. But by virtue of my experience, last 5 years of it as manager of paving, then yes, the answer is correct. I'm familiar.
Mr. Mahboob, do you have any suggestions to any of the local rules about the paving process that could lower stride costs?
Well, not being a regulatory person or entity of that nature that understands how these regulations are made, we're paving more than we ever have in the past. So I don't know. I honestly don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know how we would be able to reduce our obligation as it is being applied.
So I think what we're trying to find out from you is that there's in your direct, you're talking about sometimes the SHA field supervisor will require you to go 200 feet or 300 feet or all the way end to end.
Right.
Can the project be done? Can the project be executed safely without going so far?
Well, so the paving activity occurs after the underground portion is completed. So when we're reviewing the project with the state inspectors, it's too late at that point to adjust the project, the underground part. So at that point, we're at their mercy. What we're looking at is are they following guidelines, but they have quite a bit of latitude. So we can argue, we can push them harder, but at the end of it, it's what the inspector is requiring.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Hi. At page 9 of your direct, starting on line 6, you state that the company relies on paving vendors to provide these paving services in accordance with contractual arrangements. These agreements typically cover a 3 to 5 year term. So those are time and material based contracts?
No, they're primarily based on what we define as compatible units, which is specific items for the type of paving, like concrete, asphalt, sidewalk, curb and gutter,
And
those
then
types
it's per amount?
either per linear foot, per square foot.
But labor is then included in that?
Labor is included in those unit prices.
So when whichever municipality is out there and is saying more paving is needed, the contractor does it, and then you just need to pay the contractor more money?
Based on the agreed upon pricing, correct, yes.
And the company has no real disincentive to try to reduce the amount of paving, right?
Well, our obligation is to comply with the regulation, which is often spelled out as a condition of our permit that we obtain to do the work. So if I obtain the permit and I perform the underground work, then it's my obligation to restore up to the county or jurisdictional standard.
But again, there's no disincentive for the company to just simply do what's asked, right? You're not, in other
I'm
words,
not following.
well, the company's not paying. It's receiving concurrent recovery for these costs, right?
To the extent that that's built into the case, into our rate base, yes.
And to what extent do you attempt to plan with the municipalities for, existing projects where they're going to be tearing up the same road?
So that process starts with the planning of the project. I believe it's in Mr. DeKramer's testimony on how projects are designed, and based on the extent to which we're going to be replacing pipe and main end services, where that lies relative to paved areas, sidewalks, areas that are within the jurisdictional right-of-ways.
Is there any coordination, though, with the municipalities
Yes.
prior to the permitting process?
Prior to permitting?
Yes.
So there's coordination on a monthly basis. The engineering team works
Prior
with,
to the permitting, though, when you're thinking about what projects you might do in the next 5 years, do you meet with the municipalities and talk to them about what they have planned in the same area? Or do you just wait to go for the permit?
No, there are activities prior to the permit, but those activities are more on the engineering phase of things, where we meet with the municipalities, go over their plans or what they're proposing, whether they have a total roadway rebuild or their capital paving programs. So our work takes that into consideration to the extent possible. And then once it's designed, that's what I utilize to then apply and obtain the permits.
Do you think there are instances where WGL is paying for repaving of a road that the municipality was planning to repave as part of a project it did?
If there probably are, if we're aware of it and we can negotiate with the agency to the extent where.
How would you become aware of it?
The meetings that we hold with them initially, and then oftentimes they will let us know at the time of issuing the permit.
And it's your testimony that these requirements have continued to become more stringent after beginning with the requirement of a greater paving area as part of the marking out process beginning in 2017? That's your testimony? I'm on page 7. Line 10.
Yeah, can you repeat your question again?
So just clarifying, it's your testimony that this all started in 2017, that suddenly there was a greater paving area that's being required by the different, you call them agency field inspectors.
The enforcement of the regulations or the guidelines that were already in place, that started to increase.
Why?
I cannot answer that. I don't know why. Historically,
And then a sharp increase beginning in 2019.
Right.
Why?
I cannot speak to what the jurisdictions were thinking when they started enforcing those additional requirements.
So after the sharp increase beginning in 2019, you have projected that that's going to continue to increase through Stride 3?
That's correct. I mean, those regulations, as long as they remain as part of their regulations, I don't see that going down.
But you have them increasing. So you're saying they're still not fully enforcing the regulations?
There are new things coming up constantly. There's one part of my test that's not in my testimony. Is just this week we learned that City of Gaithersburg, for example, wants us to do some additional restoration related to their curbs, to the asphalt curbs. So we just learned that in the field. So there's nothing preventing them from coming up with new regulations, and other jurisdictions are doing the same thing, not necessarily in Maryland.
Do you think this is related to all of the replacement work in general?
My opinion is no, because oftentimes the additional that they're asking us to restore is outside the scope of our work.
So why do you have to do it if it's outside the scope of your work?
That's a good question. I would have to yield to my attorney friends on that. I can give you one more example relative to the ADA ramps. Several jurisdictions are now, I guess, I don't know why, maybe they got pressure from the federal government to bring ADA ramps into compliance, but it's not in Maryland, in Virginia. We just recently received direction that we would have to install ADA ramps regardless of the fact whether we disturb them or not. So, and we're constantly seeing bit by bit, little by little, increased requirements.
On page 10 of your direct, starting at line 17, you state that, I guess it's the second cost mitigation tool, second comma, the company subjects each project to a design phase to ensure that the project will be performed in an efficient manner. Did you see that?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
What does that mean?
That the project will be performed in an efficient manner.
Well, the whole sentence. What does that
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, so projects are designed, projects may be for a defined area that's a subdivision, for example. So if a portion of the project may be on the county or the jurisdiction's paving schedule, we will take the effort to make sure that we get in and out of there before the county paves, because otherwise we'll be cutting brand new pavement.
And at the bottom of that page, you state that the company retains oversight over the paving vendor.
Yes.
What's that oversight entail?
We have field personnel that are with the crews on a daily basis.
Any redirect?
One question, if I may, Your Honor. In your experience, Mr. Mahboub, what would the consequence be if the company did not perform the paving and restoration, even if you were asked to do something out of scope or something that we had not disturbed? What would the consequence be in your experience?
Well, paving as a consequence of construction is a component that is approved under the permit. So by applying for and accepting the permit, we're accepting the obligation that we will pave and restore. So while nobody has done that yet, the implication is that if I don't do that which I am obligated to do under the permit, that it would affect my ability to get permits for future work.
But you've gone beyond the permitted work.
Pardon?
You've gone beyond the permitted work.
Well, that's just it. It's implied in the permit that we will
That you do whatever the municipality
you
asks.
required.
Even if they're really asking you to do more than what you should have to do.
I mean, in most cases, it's within their code. And I mean, there's testimony, in my testimony, we talk about Prince George's County, Montgomery County, where the paving requirement is expanded requirement beyond the trench that I cut to replace the service. So if that's a requirement, then I have to do the 200 feet that they're requiring me to do, even though I didn't cut 200 feet.
Well, and the other example you just gave of curbs that you didn't have anything to do with,
Yeah, well, that's, I mean, it's not
that
in.
seems to be beyond the permit.
That's correct, yeah.
Any more questions?
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any questions based on my questions? Are we completing the record, or are we helping WGL make their case? Okay.
Mr. Mahboub, just to clarify, the question about the ADA ramps.
That
that
was
was
in Virginia?
It's
It was
in
in Virginia,
Virginia,
yeah. And when you say ADA ramps, you mean curb cuts?
It's a little bit more than that.
Okay.
Yeah, there's 17, 18, 19 different standards based on field condition, type of road, what's there now, what should be there, so yeah. Those curb cuts.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, Washington Gas would call to the stand Robert Yardley, and we ask that he be sworn.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under the penalties of perjury that the statements made in this matter today are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your first and last name, and give us your business address.
My name is Robert Yardley. My first name is R-O-B-E-R-T. My last name is Y-A-R-D-L-E-Y. My business address is 293 Boston Post Road West, Marlborough, Massachusetts, 01752.
Good afternoon, Mr. Yardley.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by Concentric Energy Advisors
And how long have you been with Concentric?
For approximately 11 years.
And what is your position with the company?
I'm a senior vice president is by title.
Do you have with you today a copy of your pre-filed direct testimony in this matter?
I do.
Am I correct, sir, that constitutes 15 pages of narrative questions and answers?
It does.
Do you also have an exhibit accompanying your direct testimony?
I do.
Could you generally describe that exhibit, please?
That's my CV with my experience and testimony as well in the past.
Do either your direct testimony or your CV contain any confidential information?
They do not.
At this point, do you have any corrections or changes to either the direct testimony or your exhibit?
I do not.
If I ask you the questions today that are contained in your pre-filed direct and your exhibit, excuse me, your pre-filed direct, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Do you adopt the direct testimony as your own in this case?
I do.
Do you have any rejoinder testimony this afternoon?
I do not.
Your Honor, at this point, Washington Gas would mark as WGL 14 the direct testimony and exhibit of Robert Yardley
So marked.
and move its admission.
Any objections? WGL Exhibit 14 is entered.
The witness is available for cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Yardley.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have no redirect, but that concludes the company's case in chief, Your Honor.
Are we proceeding with OPC's witness?
Yes, Your Honor. OPC would call to stand Brendan Larkin Connolly. Brendan, Brendan. My last name is Larkin Connolly, Larkin hyphen Connolly. And my business address is 446 Main Street, Suite 2002, Worcester, Massachusetts, 01608. To clarify one thing, Your Honor, OPC submitted Mr. Larkin Connolly's direct testimony on August 28th, and we submitted an errata on August 30th. However, the errata version unfortunately did not notate itself as an errata on the front page or within it. I'm just intent to file the errata version only.
So the docket item number 24, mail log 304817?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's the only one you want to?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, sorry, for his direct testimony in any case.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Larkin Connolly, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state the name of your business and the position you hold?
Yes, I work for DH Infrastructure, and I'm the Director of Utility Regulation and Litigation.
Okay. Mr. Larkin Connolly, do you have before you your errata direct testimony filed in this case on August 30th, which includes 72 pages of narrative testimony and 2 attachments?
I do.
Your Honor, I would like to have his pre-filed direct errata testimony marked for identification as OPC Exhibit 1.
So marked.
Mr. Larkin Connolly, do you also have before you your rebuttal testimony dated September 11th, 2023, pre-filed in this case, which includes 9 pages of narrative testimony?
I do.
I would like to have his pre-filed rebuttal marked as OPC Exhibit 2.
So marked.
And Mr. Larkin Connolly, do you have before you a document entitled The Sir Rebuttal Testimony of Brendan Larkin Connolly, dated September 19th, 2023, pre-filed in this case, comprising 34 pages of narrative testimony and 1 attachment?
Yes, I do.
I would like his pre-filed Sir Rebuttal marked as OPC Exhibit 3.
So marked.
Were all of the documents before you prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
They were.
Do you have any corrections to make to your testimony at this time?
I do not.
Would you, if you were asked the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
I would.
Do you adopt the direct, rebuttal, and Sir Rebuttal testimonies as your sworn testimony in this matter?
I do.
Your Honor, I move that OPC Exhibits 1, 2, and 3 be admitted.
Any objections? OPC Exhibits 1, 2, and 3 are admitted into the record.
Your Honor, the witness is now available for cross-examination.
I do have one line of questioning, Your Honor. But let me start by saying, Mr. Larkin Connolly, it is a delight to see you in person again.
Nice to see you again, Mr. Dodge.
By my count, and this is subject to check, of course, your direct testimony references the Stride statute or the Stride law about 10 times, 11 times. Does that sound correct to you?
I haven't counted, but subject to check, I'll take your number for it.
Would you characterize yourself as familiar with the Stride statute?
Within my role of providing consulting services to OPC, yes, I've reviewed it many times. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not, from a legal perspective, I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but from a utility regulatory perspective, yes, I'm a.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have a document on which I'm going to cross. It's a copy of the Stride statute. I have not marked it as an exhibit. We will do that if directed by the bench, but I don't think there's any need to do that.
It's fine. I have it. Thanks. I'll take your exhibit. Okay.
Take a moment, if you would, Mr. Larkin Connolly, and make sure that that is an accurate copy of the Stride statute.
It appears accurate.
Thank you. I'd like to focus on one section of the statute that I don't believe you referenced in your direct testimony. At the bottom of page 1 of the staple package that I gave you, do you see the words in bold, legislative intent?
I do.
And if you turn the page to the second page of the package, helpfully shaded in yellow is a section 2B. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you be so kind, Mr. Larkin Connolly, as to read that highlighted section into the record for us aloud?
It is the intent of the General Assembly that the purpose of this section is to accelerate gas infrastructure improvements in the state by establishing a mechanism for gas companies to promptly recover reasonable and prudent cost of investments in eligible infrastructure replacement projects, separate from base rate proceedings.
Thank you, sir. You testified a moment ago that you are familiar, generally familiar in the context of your role in this case with the STRIDE statute. Is that correct?
Yes.
To your knowledge, has the General Assembly of Maryland changed the STRIDE statute since Washington Gas filed STRIDE 2 approximately 4.5 years ago?
I'm not aware of any. I actually believe there might have been some, one or two changes in some of the wording, but I don't know the exact dates of when that happened.
Can you describe those word changes for us, please?
I don't know. I don't know them, but.
That's fine. That's fine. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Were you here earlier today?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you heard the testimony about Program 6 is low pressure to medium pressure, whereas apparently Programs 2 and 4 historically were low pressure to low pressure?
I did, yes.
So does that change your testimony at all? Starting on, well, I'm on page 28, and you said that you're not convinced it is necessary to create a separate program to isolate the low-pressure replacements into a separate program. As I just explained, this program appears to serve as window dressing to ensure it is clear to the Commission that low-pressure replacement activities are taking place. Do you still believe that to be true, or have you changed your testimony at all based on what you learned today?
And you're looking at page 26 of my testimony, you said?
28.
28, sorry.
Starting line 10.
I wouldn't know. I was some confusion over the company's explanation related to programs 2 and 4, because would have been my understanding that they were still converting low pressure systems to medium pressure systems under programs 2 and 4. They might have, at least from what I understood the testimony to be, that there's a distinction that at times they might do a low pressure replacement, and the medium pressure system is sort of further off, so they can't directly connect to the medium pressure system. But my understanding is that they're still replacing the assets there in preparation to eventually be uprated to medium pressure. So all the same work would be being done. It's just at that time they wouldn't convert it to medium pressure right away until they complete more of the low pressure replacements.
So that's why you don't think it's necessary to do it in the zone way they're proposing?
My opposition to the sort of is not necessarily to the zone approach. I view that as sort of that's in the company's discretion of how to manage those programs. My concern was specifically related that these projects are being separated out from the programs 2 and 4, and the concern that the prioritization of that work, of this work through program 6 would be done sort of over other high-risk projects through programs 2 and 4.
Did you gain any comfort from Mr. Stuber's testimony? No, Mr. DeKramer's testimony on that point?
It's still unclear to me exactly how. So I understand within program 6, there'll be prioritization of projects based off of risk and the specific risk of those projects. It's still unclear to me exactly how the sort of allocation of the dollars between when they're at the sort of my understanding is at the beginning of each year, they might look and they say, how much funding are we going to put towards programs 2, programs 4, and program 6? And that's still unclear to me from their explanation of how the weighting of the low pressure risk and the risk of the materials and their leak and the leak propensity is factoring into that.
Did you hear my questions regarding comparing their replacement, WGL's replacement pace and costs with that of, other utilities, including BGEs and Columbia Gases?
Yes.
Have you conducted any type of comparison like that?
I have not. In this case, no.
And on page 40 of your direct, starting at line 15, that you said, based on the company's recent replacement experience, the budgets appear to be reasonable estimates for the costs of the replacement programs the company has proposed. How did you judge that they were reasonable? Is it dollars per mile, or?
Well, and I believe it was earlier today you asked witness Akis about the unit cost of the individual service replacements. And so if you look back in the unit costs from the Stride 2 plan, I don't know the exact amounts, but they were much lower than the approximately 24,000 per service that they're proposing this time. And if you look at the recent years of the replacement work they've done, it is closer to it's 20. I think there's a range of by the project, but you are looking at per service actual cost of maybe $20,000 to $22,000. So in that estimate, when I compared that, the budgeted cost that they're using now is close to what they're currently incurring for costs over the last couple of years. That's how I came to the conclusion that
For the individual services?
For the individual services.
So your testimony on page 40 only has to do with individual services outside of main replacement?
I was providing, that was sort of a general example, but I did look at the unit cost that they've incurred in recent years and compare that to the budgeted cost that they're using for the replacement per mile as well.
So your reasonable testimony is only with respect to WGL? In other words, you're only comparing WGL's costs to their previous costs when you're saying it's reasonable?
That's right.
Reasonable what you can expect WGL to spend.
Yeah.
Not reasonable in the world.
Yeah, and part of that, there is I have and I've seen other consultants attempt to do this type of analysis where you're comparing one utility to the other. And often the utility says, well, our costs aren't comparable. There's different jurisdictions. There's different paving requirements. And so there are these arguments that are sort of put forward that make that sort of apples to apples comparison sometimes challenging to present.
I guess it also sounded as though from your testimony that you don't necessarily believe that a low pressure system is risky or more risky.
That's at least from the company itself says these systems are safe. So I think there is an important distinction where if you're saying something safe, to say something that is more safe, if you're saying it's more safe, I don't quite know what more safe means in the safe context.
Well, I'm on page 29 of your direct. Starting at line 15, you say, my concern is that the proposed approach would result in investment decisions being made around the flawed premise that low-pressure systems are unsafe, or maybe more accurately, less safe than medium-pressure systems. So I took that to mean that you don't necessarily believe, not just that the company.
Well, it was based off of my understanding the company says these systems are safe. And so by comparison, if you're saying the low-pressure systems are safe and the medium-pressure pressure systems are safe, to pursue one project over another is to imply, for me, my thinking was that if the company's pursuing these low pressure systems over a similar risk scored medium pressure system, that there's an implication that those projects are less safe. They represent a greater hazard or safety hazard than the medium pressure systems.
But you go on to talk about the 2018 incident in the Merrimack Valley region of Massachusetts. And that based on that, some believe that low pressure systems have added incremental risk. I'm at the bottom of 29, top of page 30. So I didn't take all of this to be you talking about what the company thinks.
Mm-hmm.
It's what you're questioning. Do you disagree with the Commission's approach to replace low-pressure systems?